All right, all right, people. I hope you guys are well. Welcome back to the Onyx Report. Good to see y'all. Shout out to M Waffles for coming through early with the 5. I appreciate that. Let me start from the beginning. What's good, AB? We got Almanize in the building. Fellow Hassan, what's going on? Got Nangaboko, what's going on? Let's see. Okay. My mother is walking in to use my wash machine, so I'm just kind of watching her walk up the walkway. She picked the beginning of the show to come through, so anyway. All right, so Master REB, what's going on? We got Tay, Tim, what's happening? Ishmael, Paul, what's going on, Paul? Hope you're well. On the clock, Muada, what's up, man? Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. Let's see. One of many, what's up? DJ Universal, what's happening? We got Loki in the building. Ox and Curtains, what's up? The Arena. Man of Letters, Andre, what's happening? Carlos. Shout out to Benedict, 25, appreciate that. Kevin in the building, dropping something in, appreciate that. Arena back in for some more, appreciate you the support. Black Males, what's going on? Kevin. Ghost Illmatic, Toxic Masculinist, what's up? Let's see. Got Horowitz in here. What's happening? No fear. Your brother comes through again. Appreciate that support. Lots of curtains. Michael, what's happening? So, I know it's been a while since I've been up. Some of you who are on my Facebook page or have caught a little bit of my community posts know I've been gone for a while, had a few things happen. It's not been all bad, but it's been a struggle, guys. Some things kind of stacked on each other. Had a surgery not too far back that went pretty well, just to relieve some pain on the hips. So that occurred. My father, a week prior, had a surgery on his spine. And so I had a surgery a week later. We both had been dealing with immobility the last few years. But so about a week, close to a week after my surgery, he passed. He was still in the hospital, actually. But he was doing so well, they even cut his pain meds. They had him disconnected from all the machines, but he was doing well. And when they, how the nurses go in and check your vitals, when they went in to check his vitals, he was gone. So, by the following weekend, he was already having a service. I found out at the absolute last minute that I was not allowed to fly because of what they call deep vein thrombosis, blood clots, basically, from the type of surgery I had. If I'd have gotten on a plane, that might have become a serious issue. So I wasn't able to attend, and that was a whole different level of difficulty. So, it's been a lot. I had a great deal of love and respect for my father. He was a Panther in the 70s. He became a pastor in the 90s, and he had really fathered several generations of men out in Tennessee where he was, Reverend Dr. Calvin Danny Johnson. So I'm still grappling with that. I'm working on it. It's getting a little better every day, but I wasn't sure when I would be kind of fit to come back through. But I had a lot of brothers asking my thoughts on different things, and I didn't want to leave you guys hanging any more than I have been, and I apologize for that. Even before he passed, I've just been kind of, working through some different things, juggling, keeping plates spinning as far as all the stuff going on. So it's been a little crazy, but trying to get it together. And I think what makes this space interesting is it's not just a conversation about losing a family member. Amongst us as men, there is a significance when it comes to fathers and sons. And those of us who've lost either, that's a very unique conversation. I mean, we all go through pain, we all lose people in life. That's just part of life. But for the type of discussions that we've had over the years, the types of things we're interested in, as far as Black manhood in particular, losing a father or a son is a very particular thing, and how we grapple with that is a big deal. So I appreciate you all for allowing me to come back through and doing so with such open arms. I didn't even put up much of a notice, and I apologize for that. And I'm looking through the comments, and I appreciate the support. And I got to say, I appreciate the support the last few weeks, man. I've had brothers emailing, DMing, responding to community posts here on YouTube and Twitter and every form, or X or whatever. Y'all have been incredibly supportive, and even if I didn't respond to each of you individually, I want to say to anybody that has sent some love in whatever form, I want to thank you for the support you've extended. You have no idea what even a word does to people when they find themselves in a very dark place sometimes. You may not even think, people ain't going to see this, I'm just going to post a little message, whatever. You'd be surprised. You really be surprised. And I'm not just talking about myself. I'm talking about brothers who, will communicate to me, content creators, about getting messages. And even if they don't respond, you really may be surprised the people who are actually reading the message. You know what I mean? 3 a.m, laying in bed in the dark, going through it, phone lights up, see a message. And sometimes for some people, it can be as important as, life and death. I've had situations where brothers have reached out on the verge of hurting themselves, deleting themselves, and sometimes just a how you doing, or I hope things are good, or I'm here if you need me, they've told me, has pulled them back, whether it was me or somebody else. So it's not always who you are. Sometimes it's just that you're willing to extend a word. You know what I mean? So I want to thank you all for the support you've extended, the support you continue to extend. So I'm trying to navigate this. Yeah. And this is just that time, especially when you get in over 45, parents start having health issues, and you find yourself moving from, almost child to parent in a weird kind of way. And it's usually not a smooth transition, or at least it hasn't been for me, because these are people who change your diapers, and then all of a sudden they're having problems, and you're almost kind of annoyed because you don't understand why they're not navigating the way they've always navigated. And over usually a pretty short period of time, you find yourself in a position where you're starting to take care of them. And this is a transition that we all understand logically, but it doesn't prepare you for it and how it happens in your family. And when you have very strong-minded, very intelligent parents, especially, that transition is hard because you're not used to seeing them that way, and you're not used to being needed in a way that's almost parental at times. So it's a strange transition that can take place, and we all kind of go through it. It's just nobody sends you the script when the shit starts happening to you. So it's a very strange transition, and some of you on here have been through this already. Some of you have lost parents. Some of you are taking care of them right now, and you understand that transition is huge. So wanted to extend some thank yous on that. I also want to thank my guest, who's been on my show countless times, and I appreciate him. He's the reason that I'm on YouTube, and he kind of showed me how to navigate it. But I figured it would be good to have some conversation about this video, especially with the good brothers. So welcome BGS up in here, if you will. What's good, man?
Hey, yo, Doc. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Not too much. Everything is everything.
Okay, I see you doing. You still doing. Was they kicking but not high?
Things, man. I'm like, if I completely stop, at least I got BGS up in here to keep it going. You see my camera and my mic go out, y'all. He might just have to finish the show.
Finish the show. I heard you said that Mommy Dearest is is in the house. So
Yeah. It's
yeah, I
one
know.
of the things.
And they never go away.
It just always seems to happen, bro. I'll tell you, when you start content creating, that's people start calling,
Yeah,
knocking on the door.
they do knock on the door, knock on the window. Yeah, they do.
You ain't heard from them in I don't know how long. As soon as you press play or
Mhm.
record, and bam.
And like little kids when you're on the phone. Okay, they quiet as a church mouse till you get on the phone.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
But I'm still in this. I'm still in this. Ooh, time passes by weird in this space I'm in, man.
yeah, yeah.
Like 1 minute is 2 a.m, the next minute is 2 p.m, and man, if I blink long enough, it'll be
Mm.
Tuesday and Sunday, and I
it's
don't
all
know.
it's all mushed together, man. I guess it's just the time of the like our Bill said, the quickening, huh?
I guess so, man. Just
Yeah, man, they had robots doing kung fu in China, so it's real. So
and and I stay on YouTube. I mean, I grew up as a TV person, so I
right.
still watch movies, but I'm
Hmm.
probably on YouTube more than watching movies these days.
Yeah.
Shout out to Malika. And I see the things that are happening. I don't really always have enough energy to care about some things.
And you have to pick your lane and stay in it, man. Especially with all the information that's coming out.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of hard because some people ask me about certain things that are going on here, and this particular person never heard of it. Don't even know who that person is.
Don't even know who they are.
Mm-mm.
But when you're in a space like, and you've been here before.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I've met your father, who's an excellent, cat, good man, real
Mm-hmm.
nice to me. We only met for a moment, but
Mm-hmm.
you've been here, man. So
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
tell you this is going on and that's going on. And you turn the news on and you just be like, I really don't give a shit. Just give
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
this. Such and such is pregnant and such is that bullshit. Like it's hard for me to care about some of this.
Well, the thing is when times like this, with people pass, that your loved ones pass, man, well, life really gets real,
Yeah,
and all the little stuff that you used to worry about, yeah, it is what it is,
yeah,
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 it makes you, if you get through it, it makes you tougher, is because you worry about less things, because most things that people turn topsy turvy about and spin on their heads about are not that serious.
mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. And you kind of have to make yourself care enough to drop a word. But I do that when people I respect
Hmm.
ask me to comment on something. And so
Okay.
so
Uh-huh.
when brothers reach out, like everybody's been going crazy over this Is God Is movie
Yeah.
that's coming out. So they asked me to look at it, and I'll probably do a short pre-recorded on that.
Hmm.
I saw it and fell out laughing. I said, damn, they trying again. Trying to reinvent the 80s and early 90s, boy. But brothers were like, you got to talk about this. I said, all right, man.
They got to throw it back. I just saw somebody talking about. I think it was Shay Sade talking about the color purple, man. So, it never goes away. So
It doesn't. But I'm gonna drop a comment on it. When it comes out, I'll probably look at it more closely. But I will say that I'm trying to be a little more careful about ingesting poison, which
mhm.
I consider it, and that goes for this video today, man. It's an hour and 45 minutes,
Mhm.
and I tried to BGS. I tried to watch it.
Mhm.
Watch it all the way through.
It is hard. It is hard, man. Especially so with somebody like you that's knowledgeable, because all the buzzwords they try to use, you understand because you understand the language.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
see they try to use that therapy speak, that academic feminist speak, and to hide the meaning. They're just going in circles. The thing is, you're using those words to act like you're actually saying something, you're not, and you pick up on it right away because you're educated. Like,
I don't know if it's just me, but you sound like you're going in and out. I can't.
okay, okay, could be.
That's a little better. That's better right there.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would say, we've been doing this a while, and you've been doing this longer than me.
Yeah.
in this space at this point who've been around, they should know it. As soon as they hear it, they already know what the deal is.
Oh yeah.
It's manipulative, but it really plays off of a lot of our programming. And so, we've been talking about the nature of that programming for years. So we'll delve into some of that. But I'm in a place where what I'm starting to figure out that I want with this channel is I want brothers to actually leave here with a sense of peace of mind. I mean, we have been at war for years, and necessarily so. Because the things that have been thrown at us have been so intense, and it's been going on for longer than we've been talking about it. So we've had to build the language to respond while we've still been at war. And I'm not saying that's necessary. And if anything, I'm blown away at how many more brothers are doing it now.
Yes.
Think about 7 years ago. How many of us were up willing to talk about these things?
Right.
It was just a handful of us, and now I'm seeing brothers I've never heard of that have 120 subscribers that are speaking up, and I listen to more of them than they know, because I'm just like, I didn't think I would see this in my lifetime. See, this is one of those things BGS was laughing at me about years ago. I didn't think this would happen, where I would see brothers this outspoken on things, not in my lifetime. I really didn't. I really didn't. When I started to see it happening, I remember the first time I saw it was actually, at this point, it might be 2 years ago. It was on Twitter. And, it was another, feminist psychologist who got up there, and she was talking shit about black men. So, I'm getting my thumbs ready. All right, let me respond to her. And before I could finish the message, about 15 brothers had jumped up in there and started giving her the business. But it wasn't just emotional. They weren't cussing arguments.
Right.
Well articulated arguments. And I was like, I actually kind of welled up a little. I was like, it's happening.
It is.
It hasn't stopped since, man. I've been seeing brothers outspoken on every platform. And I'm just like, man, that was what I wanted.
Yeah.
What I got up here for. I wasn't trying to get rich. I wasn't trying to be famous. I just wanted to help develop the vocabulary. Even if I didn't agree where every brother would take their argument, I wanted them to articulate the argument. Where we sat in silence.
And an old friend of mine who died a long time ago, he said, it's a tough fight with a short stick, but I got a stick.
Hey.
So you gave him a stick.
Hey. And I've been so proud to see it. Again, sometimes I agreed, sometimes I didn't, but what I never vacillated on was being proud enough to see it happen.
Right.
What I would like to see happen now, in addition to what's going on, is that brothers actually make it a purposeful thing to find their own peace of mind. Because these people are trying to convince you that in order to be right, to be relevant, to be on the right side of history, you have to kowtow to their values, their arguments. And as I called this video, they want you to fall on your sword.
They do.
And we've been hearing that rhetoric for decades.
Yes.
For good men who stand for the community, you have to fall on your sword.
Yeah, they did that during the crack era. Okay. All these guys stood up and became stepfathers and stuff like that. So they have a family. So that's why this time around I tell brothers, man, you don't owe them nothing.
Yeah.
You don't owe them nothing. If they fall, they fall. Okay. You don't have to save them this time. Go do you.
And a lot of it too, when we go back to this programming, we were constantly taught. I mean, and I can't remember, I saw this on a short, but it articulated exactly what I've been thinking for years. Since the first day as a little boy, somebody grabbed you and told you not to hit a girl back who hit you. And that was at that time where we were the same strength. So she popped in your nose and you start bleeding. You be like, and you start to hit back, and stronger than she is. And especially men too, but women especially would come out of nowhere to grab you as a little boy, even scare you the first time. Don't you put your hands on a girl? Don't you ever touch a girl? From the moment we first got that message to now, what we've been taught is how to treat women, often in a very fantastical way, pedestalizing them. Girls and women, I don't believe, were ever actually taught how to deal with us.
No, they weren't.
There was nothing they were told to do or not do to respect your masculinity as a boy or a man. So it was always a one-way street on who was supposed to do what for whom. To me, this discussion is a continuation of that same narrative, but what I think we've been creating in spaces like this is an articulation of what men should have gotten decades ago in terms of what it is we're looking for, how we require folks in our spaces to treat us. Those discussions have not really happened historically until now, where Black men are saying, no, we're not going to accept this anymore. We're not going to, this is what we require. And if you can't do it, I will either go elsewhere.
Right.
I will sit in contemplative solitude until I learn. And you warned me this around COVID, you will learn to appreciate solitude. And that's one of those things I'm actually still fighting, because I'll have people come, we'll have a good time up to a point, and then after a while I catch myself looking at the clock. I'm not even aware I'm looking at it at first, but I'm looking. Okay.
It's time for you to go. Yeah.
You got some other things to do. You can become very wedded to solitude. And especially when you start dealing with family tragedy and things of that nature, solitude takes on a whole new meaning. But when you're willing to turn to solitude as opposed to all the things we were told, because we were told, that happiness came with getting married, having kids.
Taking care of your family, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, that all sounds great. It still sounds great when you hear it spoken out loud.
If it's done right.
If it's done right. But when it's attached to misandry and disrespect and expectations of one-way sacrifice, and then the biggest one in the last decade has been one-way traditionalism or selective traditionalism, where you have these independent feminists who are telling you that you're not needed, you're irrelevant, they don't need you in any form or fashion, but they still need you to provide and protect on their terms when they tell you to. But when you ask them what they have to do, it's nothing. I mean, I've said this for years. She can have kids, not have kids. She can be a stay-at-home mom, work part-time, work full-time, start a business. She can do whatever she wants. You have to protect and provide and shut up.
Protect and provide and shut up. Yeah.
And as long as that's the expectation, it was inevitable that men eventually would snap. But these people never believed it would happen, and they're still trying to talk us back into that servitude. And that's how I see this conversation. So we're going to go through it, but I'm like, even just I think the first clip I saw may have only been like 20 seconds or something, or a minute. And I was like, they're back at it again already.
And because now before it's because they wanted to, now they have to, And somebody like Mr. Z said, somebody to save these hoes, okay?
My mission has been to tell Black men you have options, and you should. Your happiness, your well-being should be as much a part of the discussion as anybody else's. And if your life is dedicated to everyone around you, but nobody is dedicated to yours, there's a problem. There's a problem. And we've been told for the longest, directly and indirectly, that your well-being is irrelevant, that you're disposable, that if you don't play the game by the rules, you'll be replaced. In fact, she's gonna one up you. She's gonna upgrade. She's gonna find a dude that has everything together. He's Obama and Tupac wrapped up
in a suit. Tupac with a suit and a degree.
And $1 million in the bank account. He's going to do all of this. And if you don't get it together, she's going to leave you for him and take the kids and the whole deal. And so this movement has been generating, and I call it a movement. I don't call it just, social media. I'm seeing brothers moving, and we're now hearing from different states about policies changing. We're going to talk about that over the next few shows. I'm seeing things happen that are generated. You can't tell me this space hasn't generated it. We don't get credit.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, politicians are not going to get up there and say, well, I listened to this guy named BGS and he has a point, and I think we're going to change this. It doesn't happen like that. But when you see the ideas being mapped out on policies being proposed on the floor of the Congress,
right,
and they didn't exist 10 years ago, but but you were part of a cadre that were putting that out there, it's like, even if it wasn't coming from me, I don't give a shit at this point. The fact that I put my little energy into this pot,
right,
to make it happen, and it's now starting to happen, I'm good with that. I don't need to be the sole person responsible. I don't need to be credited. I don't need books written about me. But if the ideas are out there, or as you would call them, what's the term you like to use for that?
Put your shekels in the pot.
No, it's the other one, the baby. Oh, damn it, I forgot the term. Tar baby.
Oh, tar baby. Yes,
tar baby. Yeah, man, and I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing policies in certain states. I'm even seeing federal policies that are being proposed that should create a different reality for Black men in general sometimes, but especially in terms of family court. We talked about the Black male political agenda for years. I'm seeing variations on ideas in there, and some of them are new ideas I never considered at all, but they're consistent with the spirit of the policies we've tried to change. That to me is a far better outcome, right? And that's one of the reasons I didn't want to just be up here talking shit. I wanted to focus on policy. I wanted to focus on what we could change, because to me that brings about the peace of mind that I want to see brothers have. I grew up watching Black men die of stress. I grew up watching Black men die of stress. For anybody watching this, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever seen a Black man who died of stress.
More than a few.
You know what I mean?
More than a few.
This is what I'm talking about. I don't want to see it anymore. I want brothers to really make their own well-being a central part of their daily reality. See, there they go. Look at that. We've had uncles, grandfathers, brothers, cousins, all dying of stress. And we were told it was everything under the sun but what it was. People would stress them. The same people that would, the girlfriends and wives especially, that would send you to jail if she couldn't control you, around and be crying over your casket. This has to change. And this is what I want, Black men to focus on. And I've talked for years about finding your peace. I don't care what it is that brings you. I don't care if you play chess, pool, if you go to the beach and meditate. We'll find out whatever it is and make it a regular practice. But now that I'm starting to see elders from literally stress, I'm like, man, we got to change this. We got to change it. Shout out to CBZ. Says, thanks for your knowledge. Constantly putting it out, Doc. You're appreciated. Young men especially need to hear these combos. Yeah, they do. And we're going to make that happen. So I'm going to bring this up. I set it for 1.25 speed.
We'll see how much you can tolerate.
I'm trying. And I know some of these cats, well, I don't know who these are. I've never met any of them, never heard of. I think, well, obviously I've heard of Clifton Powell. Yeah.
Right. And then the guy that helped set it up, which is Consciously.
I've heard about him sporadically. Isn't that the dude that said that Rhoda was innocent or something?
Rhoda was innocent and it was abused, and he also challenged Dr. Curry to a fight. So
what? Oh, that's him?
That's him. Yeah.
Okay. God damn it.
That's the guy. Yes.
And if I understand it properly, he never came out and acknowledged that he was wrong about Rhoda or apologized to contributing to this negative stereotype about Black men. He just skated on like it didn't happen. Now, is that the case, or did he come out?
He came out and doubled down.
Oh, he came out and doubled down. Okay.
He put sign language on us.
Okay. Now, like I said, man, I don't believe in drinking poison, and yet, here we are. So, but we got to talk about some of this. Now you've already dealt with this, so I apologize to you, man. 'Cause you probably already had to have some antibiotics and everything after this.
It's funny because I know what it is. It's because this is a paid for thing. It's not organic. It's paid for. Because I just saw FD Signifier on a live with a bad face, and with two white people talking about male loneliness.
Oh, so bad, is that a show or what is that?
Not Faith Evans. I forget her last name, but she was actually Bernie Sanders' press secretary.
Okay.
And she has a political show. And I said, I popped up. FD Signifier was up there. I said, what's he doing up there? But they were talking about male loneliness with two white people. So there's a check. There's a check in there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I imagine that they'll be pumping this stuff out pretty consistently up through the next election.
Yeah, I think Clifton Powell. I don't think Clifton Powell is doing this for free. So,
well, I don't know if he entirely followed the script, but he always struck me as someone that would go off script, though. Clifton, he'll go left on you, boy.
Yeah, he will.
Not always for a bad reason, there were some things he said. I was like, okay. Yeah, I think he might have been the only one there that didn't have the script to follow.
I think they gave him the basic format. They fill him in all the details.
Yeah, you can't give the barbershop a format. You can give chosen people that, but Clifton strikes me as more like the barbershop. It might go left.
It might go left.
All right, so let me see if we can get through some of this. Y'all let me know if you can hear it.
I think you got another super chat real quick.
Oh, get back over here. Shout out to Detroit. Salutations from Oregon.
XRP, really Detroit? XRP? Come on, man.
Let's see. CBZ, I think we got that one. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I tried to show them. Shout out to Growth Talk. I see you in there, man. All right, let me see this. Dead Set in the house. Ain't seen Dead Set in a minute, but then again, I haven't been public in a minute. I've been in the clouds though. Pop my head into, a number of shows. Sometimes I'll drop a word. Sometimes I just take notes.
Yeah, we starting to call you and Dr. Neil Emeritus. So
yeah, it's life, man.
It is life. Yes.
And that happens to the brothers in the comments. They'll disappear and then come back, a couple of years, and you be like, hey, I ain't seen you in a minute. Life gets with us. So let me see. Just let's see. Give me a 2 if you guys can hear this. I'm gonna play a second of it. It's trusting black women. Okay, definitely want to get past the musics. We definitely got to stop and look at that for a second. But let me know if you guys heard that. All right, so we got some 2s in here. All right, so as this says, Black Men Trust Black Women Roundtable, presented by Sister Song and Build Power, I guess that is, BLDPWR. Sister Song, Women of Color, and the Conscious Lee is the channel.
Yeah, and that's the organization. I think Build Power is their organization. It's a feminist organization. So
okay, all right. I haven't heard of this before, but all right. I was trying to work my way back because I think that image is interesting.
It's so great, and what makes men be able to understand.
I think we on something.
Now that's
her. That's her in the middle.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Doesn't she look like the matriarch sitting around her with her CompuServes?
She very much does. Very much does. Shout out to Big Discussions, man. I appreciate
you. They said you in the Urban Dictionary now, Doc.
I'm an urban. What is that?
You're in the Urban Dictionary with slang.
Oh wow!
CompuServe is in the Urban Dictionary.
Ooh, okay.
You made it.
It's better than some other words I've used at different points. You gotta hear that. But no, this is a trip, man. Look at this. It's almost, Mama done patted a few people on the head.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is, and the thing about it is, you wouldn't have this red pill movement if so many brothers haven't been in this position at some point. We were all told that this was the proper way to be a black man. These opinions, these perspectives, especially if you went to college, right? These were the ideas you were supposed to have if you were considered intelligent, if you were considered relevant on the right side of history, all of that. This is how you were supposed to perceive things. You had to defer to black women. You had to defer to feminist arguments. And that in and of itself made you noble, made you progressive, and all of that. So we're seeing it. Let me see here. All right. So you're watching a real, unscripted, and unfiltered convo. Space is created intentionally for black men to move through their thoughts in real time without performance, without polish. There's a lot of performance. Our brothers need room to work through the hard stuff. Now, this is interesting. Our brothers need room to work through the hard stuff. This sounds like a black woman talking to other black women about what black men need to do. The hard stuff for them is us accepting that everything black feminists have been arguing is true. And if we don't believe it, it's only because we are too hard-headed, too immature, too incapable to really take in the full argument. So we need these spaces where we just, we have enough black men force us to swallow it. And that's what's necessary. So it's a very kind of condescending frame, I believe, that this is even starting in. And they're calling it honest engagement, essential for growth, solidarity, and justice. Now, notice who gets to define what is growth, what is solidarity, and what is justice. I find that interesting. I'm trying to get past the music, but here we go. So let's jump into a little of this.
And our power, and that's my thing. I got an organization called Build Power, so I'm really about power, and it's from the legacy of the Black Power movement. And I don't think you can get any closer to power than the person who birthed it. Right. Yes. The black woman, right? Yes. A lot of the time it's black men that stand in the way of it, right? That get in the way of, what we're supposed to be empowering, what we're supposed to be collaborating with. And so when we're thinking about things like, Sister Song is steeped in reproductive justice. And when we talk about reproductive justice, it's the human right for bodily autonomy. Now, here's the thing, I get into all the academic terms and then I get confused.
Bodily autonomy.
And reproductive justice.
Reproductive justice. Those are conversations that I think also apply to black men. How many conversations have you seen? How many roundtables have you seen where black men are discussing how bodily autonomy and reproductive justice apply to them? I mean, really, if the state can call you into war, and you can't go to college, you can't get documentation until you sign up for selective service. Is there a discussion there about bodily autonomy we need to have?
No, there is not.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Reproductive justice. Now we've talked about this before. The male pill. How much pharmaceutical technology has there been for men since the 1960s? Are we still playing around with pieces of rubber and abstinence?
You've had some things that FDA won't approve. You have like 3 or 4 things the FDA hasn't approved.
And yet we've had, even as far as a decade ago, over 30 different forms of birth control for women, and that didn't even include abortion.
Right.
So how is it that there's so much to be said about what reproductive capabilities women have been offered, how little men have been offered, and yet for some reason reproductive justice doesn't apply to men at all? We just, whenever these subjects come up, we're supposed to sit down and shut up. Yeah. But especially before DNA testing became commonly accessible, if anyone, you remember when I was in high school, they told us that even if you had grinded on a woman with your underwear on, you could get her pregnant. I don't know if you remember them nightmares.
I remember that. Yeah.
I'd be like, I was grinding on someone. Oh my God, is she pregnant?
Fully clothed. It'll find, like they said, life finds a way, right?
Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park, yeah.
Yeah, we were terrified about getting somebody pregnant. But the point was, is even if you had grinded on a woman, at that point, and I think they mentioned that a little bit later, but at that point, once the semen has come out, even behind clothing, whatever happens from there, you are subject to her whim. You have nothing to say about it, and we're supposed to accept that from a position of honoring her
on her body.
Yeah, but it's interesting because it's like, well, does that seem like that makes any sense? That there should be no options for men once the possibility of pregnancy is in the discussion? I mean, even Dave Chappelle put it really well. He said, if you have the right to kill him, I should have the right to abandon him. And if I'm wrong, maybe we're wrong. Well, is there really no place for a discussion about why men should have more options?
Yeah, and Anna Kasparian, she's white. She said exactly the same thing. No. Right. So bodily autonomy, reproductive justice, I have no problem with having these conversations, but we will not be having them strictly from a feminist standpoint where the men are expected to sit down and be quiet and do whatever they're told to do. That's not how that works. Like Tony Soprano said, you eat, I pay.
See, right. And this conversation, again, is about men training each other to fall on their swords and be silent, even if it comes to a matter of speaking up for things that should be a part of the discussion or the debate that men need to have with one another and with the community and hell, the country, the world. These options men are requiring. And it's, whether there's direct conversation or not, you can tell men are requiring the conversation because they're willing to walk away. They're willing to walk away. And that's really the reason these conversations are happening. That's why these people are being paid to have them, because men are walking away.
They are walking away. Yeah.
So you can have as many of these little paid discussions as you want to. At the end of the day, you either need to change policy so that men come back to the table, or you accept the fall of a given society.
Yes.
It's not just America.
No.
How many different countries is this happening in?
In China, South Korea, or most of Europe, especially Western Europe. So, even in certain happening.
You kind of went out. What did you say?
It's starting to happen in Africa now. Kenya, with child support and stuff like that. So it's starting to become a thing.
Yeah. Anywhere you're seeing the birth rate dropping to zero, it's happening.
Yeah.
So this is really the response to panic, and particularly on the left, as opposed, you think they would have learned something from the last election, as opposed to acknowledging that they've ignored men.
Right.
You're doubling down on an alienating perspective about men that is only primed to get worse.
Yes.
And young men in particular are not being drawn in with the fall on your sword argument.
No, they're not socialized to see things the same way. They're socialized that women are perfectly capable of doing for themselves. That's what they're taught.
Yeah.
In fact, they're taught that the girls and women are better than them.
Yeah. They're superior. They're smarter. Hell, they're stronger. They're kicking 250-pound men through walls, and all they've done is graduate high school, and they've never trained a day in their lives, but they're throwing men through walls. I mean, these are what we've been conditioned with, because there's a certain point, even with media, the brain doesn't always interpret images and narratives as fiction versus reality. If you see something enough, there's a part of your interpretive framework that interprets it as truth. It's just what's happening. So if you give them millions of micro images and narratives that men are less than, less capable, weaker, less intelligent, so on and so forth, there's a part of oneself that begins to record that as a truth. And then there's a part, there are a number of people who collaborated enough to walk away. And so it's happening on both ends. You got people who are walking away because all they've been told is they're less than, and you got people walking away in protest. But either way, larger and larger numbers of men are walking away. Yeah,
over 50% now. So it's was it 50-50? Over 55% of black men don't have any children.
Oh yeah,
not married, no kids. That's the problem.
Here we go. Should I go to 1.5 or do you think people can hear it? What do you think?
We try 1.25, and if it's still fairly audible, you can increase it.
All right, let me know if it's because it's kind of slow to me, but let's see.
Okay.
So we're going to get into it for real about what this means to us, what the human right to bodily autonomy, the human right to have kids, to not have kids, to parent kids in a healthy environment, to set up that environment, and what goes into that actually means to us. And I want to make sure that, the way we're talking about it, other people can understand it, because I know for a fact, if people came to me however many years ago and was like, hey, what you think about reproductive justice? I would have a very confused look on my face. I'm like, I don't know exactly what that means and how we engage with it. But everybody here comes from a different perspective, a different life, different experiences. And we want to bring that to this conversation. So I know that there's no way to get there without the empowerment of Black women and centering Black women in that power talk, in that power struggle, in that power strategy, in that movement, in our behavior. And what in y'all's eyes does that mean to you? Like, from y'all's experience, what's your connection to or experience with reproductive justice, and what does that actually mean to you? Anybody kick your opinion?
As a father, you fall deeply in love with parenting, right? And what that means, and understanding the responsibility that it takes. But you also learn, as a father, the mother ends up doing so much more than what you can offer sometimes. And it's just facts. You don't have breasts to feed this baby. You don't have the kind of just natural intellect to kind of carry things. That's why a lot of fathers just say, here you go, I don't know what to do.
This is going to be a long damn.
I know, because you've heard this so many times.
Well, we've been told since we were born that parenting is biological.
Yes.
It just, and you believe it, but then after a while, you notice, like when I was growing up, even my generation, my sister got dolls, and I got, Transformers, and my point, there's a conditioning process, right?
There is.
We had a child that was visiting. It wouldn't even have to be a direct family member. And I remember the older women would be taking care of the child. They would bring daughters in. The daughters would witness it. So by the time my wife had a child, I still had that idea that this was biological.
Yeah.
But we would have conversations, and she would tell me, "Oh no, this, my grandmother brought me in and showed me how to do this and do that." So there's a process that goes on. And it's not biological by how many, if you've had these experiences, or if you've read just not even data, if you've just seen the various stories that take place where you have women that completely abandoned,
right,
as far as parenting, or leaving babies in garbage cans and things like that. And yet at the same time, if you've seen how many fathers have played significant roles in raising children, I am a single father, not because of a divorce, but because I'm a widower. But there were things that I was good at and things that I weren't.
Right.
But there were also things my wife was good at and things that she weren't. And both of us were conditioned. Whereas she was socialized into how to care for a child.
Right.
I was socialized into how to care for a household to make that possible.
Right.
So I don't buy this purely biological argument. Clearly, there are elements of, women do have breast milk and so on and so forth. But we live in an era where, at this point, babies are not being solely given breast milk.
No.
It is what it is. Whether it's right or wrong, whether it's healthiest for the child is a whole nother argument. But what options are available to take care of a child are no longer limited to biology. So yes, she has that capacity. But at this point, we have to acknowledge that a lot of this is a product of socialization and these men who, especially if you've been around attentive parental men, fathers who handle business, you'd be surprised what men can learn how to do. They had a class at at the hospital my son was born in that was just for fathers, and it was fathers teaching fathers, about how to hold babies and so on and so forth. But the reality is, it wasn't that women just woke up one day at a year old and knew all of this stuff.
No, they didn't.
They were doing this.
Yeah, it was just a rite of passage for them, so they had to learn it. Yeah.
But they learned it. In many instances, they learned it before we did. But it wasn't just something they just naturally always had.
No.
I think we need to move away from these arguments because they feed a logic that I think most feminists are comfortable with when it comes to discussions about, who should dictate what takes place in the family. That's a political. I think there's a political purpose behind that. But I think on a realistic level, it has more to do with the kind of training, the social training that people have.
Yeah. In fact, feminists say the same thing. Socialization. that men need to learn how to take care of babies. Even they say that.
Well, especially when it was comfortable, especially when they were looking to, work. They wanted to work full time. They wanted to compete with men in the workplace. All of those arguments became very strategically useful. Now you're hearing arguments where women are saying, who the hell came up with this women should work idea? We regret it. I don't want to do it. I want to be taken care of. You think I'm joking, or not you, but I'm saying people think I'm joking when I say that. But you'd be surprised how many women are making that argument, especially when the economy gets difficult.
Okay. Yes.
The only difference was we didn't have social media 20 years ago in the same way. Now social media is kind of revealing what the everyday person on the street is saying in a way that 40 years ago we didn't have. So now you have a lot of women that are frustrated at the independent woman idea. And so these arguments that were used to support this, independent woman idea in the 70s and 80s, you got a lot of women that are like, I don't agree with it. I regret it. I don't want to do it. I'm happy to be what do they call a homemaker. If you're willing to brave the world to pay the bills and take care of me, I am happy to be a homemaker. This is what we're hearing now.
Oh yeah, yeah, begging for it now.
Begging for it. These biological arguments about caretaking, they're taking on a strange little bent. Before they were downplayed and ignored, unless they supported the independent woman argument. Now they're being trotted out to question it. It all depends on what women's politics are at a given moment, and how feminists in particular frame what it is they want that these men cater to. But here we go.
Right. So I think for one, it's just accepting that, understanding that you are there to help produce and provide, but then there's gonna be so much more that you can't, provide. And so just trying to be a support system around whatever your spouse or your girlfriend at the time is choosing to do with their body. It's something that I've learned over the years, personal experiences from having to make that decision to have an abortion, with your girlfriend at a young age, to end up feeling like that you didn't have a say so in it, right? And then understanding as a man where you don't. Once you decide to go into that position and you put your seed into this woman, now that's her decision where to go. You can't say, well, I don't want no better.
See, now this is changing. This has been the argument most of my life.
Right.
Once you put that seed in her, you have nothing to say. I mean, you if she asks your opinion, you can give your opinion, but that's about it.
Ultimately, you it's not your you don't have a vote.
You don't have a vote. It's her body, her choice. Then after that, some of us were suggesting that there needed to be some type of financial abortion at play, where men should be able to step back out of it. And this has been hotly debated because you got a lot of traditional men that find that argument problematic. They don't want to deal with that.
And your government finds it problematic too. So.
Well, absolutely, right. So now we call it the termination of parental obligation, men. But here's the thing: we've never necessarily got that argument off the ground in terms of policy. But guess what's actually been interrupting all of that?
What?
DNA testing. It's serving as a pushback against this argument where she can do whatever she wants, but you are subject to the whims of her decision. But when you step back and start to look at the role DNA testing from the 1990s talk show era to now, where you can get it off the street for $20 in 2 days, depending on where you go, it's changing the game. Because now you can actually step back before signing what do you call it? What's the document? The birth certificate, right? You can now find out if you're actually the father before you sign the birth certificate. And now you have options because of this emerging technology over the last 30 years that you didn't have 40 years ago. And so it's starting to raise some questions. So now you're not just subject to because really what could take place is she could sleep with 3 people. The guy bagging groceries, the high school athlete that looks like he's going to go to the NFL or the NBA, and some dude down the street that had a good game. She could sleep with all 3, get pregnant, and choose
the father. Yeah,
the father. And you had to just listen to that. See, and that's part of the discussion that's part of what I take issue with these kind of discussions. They have preemptively decided to cater to women in such fashion that we're not honest about how women act on an everyday basis. We're only allowed to talk about women in elevated ways that feminists approve of, but we're not allowed to talk about how women and men act on the ground. Now here, they're happy to talk about how men act on the ground in its negative form. But you only talk about women in an elevated, positive way. And that dichotomy, that doesn't work. That bifurcation doesn't work. We need to be able to talk about men and women on every level.
Right.
If we have a realistic conversation about female nature, if she has the choice to manipulate who gets to serve as the parent's father, what woman is not going to choose the best option for her well-being? The guy going to the NBA who's getting a $20 million deal, or the dude who's loading groceries down at the store? Who's she going to pick? We're not going to have a realistic conversation about human nature in that regard? Okay, well, since we haven't been able to have one, DNA testing has come in.
And in a capitalist country, morals are not at the, are not at the in the first chair. Let's put it that way.
Not at all.
Head of the table. Yeah.
Not at all. And so now you got DNA testing cutting through it like a hot knife through butter. It's like, not willing to be honest. Now we have an arbiter.
Yeah.
Technology based. That's going to come in and say, this is what happened. Now, is it 100% accurate in every context like anything else? Probably not. But it's a far more accurate than she said it was mine.
And you find out 10 years later that she knew the whole time. Yeah.
Or on top of that, if she told you she was on birth control and she wasn't.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And it just so happens that you were the first dude she's been with that makes $300,000 a year. And coincidence. I mean, you just happen to get her pregnant. Oh my God. She's never been pregnant before. She's had sex with other men. But strangely enough, when you make over 200,000, you got her pregnant. That's it. This is interesting how life happens. We're not allowed to raise those kind of questions. We're not allowed to suggest that because that's considered misogynistic. And okay, well, we're going to act like that's not an aspect of female nature. And again, I'm not villainizing or vilifying female nature. What I'm saying is that this is part of humanity.
It is.
Men don't contain all the negativity and women all the positive. This is childhood.
In fact, women contain far more negativity than men do.
But even if they didn't, even if it was just 50-50, why are we going to skip women's negative 50 and only focus on men's negative 50? And, the reverse is not true.
And they're going to get to it in this, if we get that far, get to it in this talk about Black women being God.
Oh, Jesus. All right. I'm going to go with this. I'm gonna shut up.
Doc. There's too many triggers in this. You're gonna stop it again. Just go, okay?
No, I have one Percocet left, and I really do believe that I'm gonna end up taking it after this. But I'm gonna try. I'm just saying we need to be able to, if we're gonna have, if these conversations are gonna be done in good faith. And we need to be able to be freely able, and I have no problem using examples from the news, from statistics and data. I have no problem with the verification, the data, examples. But we should be able to have a full-throated conversation about the good and the bad of human nature, male, female. We should be able to have that conversation. And if not, we're already bullshitting. Secondly, if you're going to actually talk about reproductive justice, we got to talk about women's nature. And if women are not going to be honest about how they manipulated and abused these policies that work in their favor, then we can't be surprised when DNA tears a rift through families across the board. This is why France doesn't want to have nothing to do with it. Society would collapse.
It would collapse. Yeah, it would.
There we go.
Baby, you can't handle. No. You should have thought about that before you go. So teaching my son that, right, and understanding that you have a decision very early on in the process, but later on you don't. And if you decide to go through with it, then you need to be ready to support and provide and do the things that you need to do. So that's kind of been my learning curve over the situation. And then just feeling horrible for, as we were talking off camera, about all the women who've lost their lives in this situation and not being able to have the medicine that they need. And not only around, reproduction and having babies, but even down to like fibroids, right? My wife struggles with that, and Black women not having the information that they need to figure out how to get rid of the fibroids and all those type of things. So whatever we can do to just kind of lean in and learn and listen, that's what I've been like. Same thing. If somebody would ask me a couple of years ago, I said, I guess my perspective may have been different, but now we're in a time where you really just want to have a different understanding. I teach my son that,
I have no problem if we're going to have these discussions about men and women and relationships. I have no problem with conversations about fibroids and whatnot. But we also want to have a conversation about the drop in men's sperm count in the last century. Have a conversation about the rise in prostate cancer among men. If we're talking about the reproductive issues relevant to the Black community especially, why do we act like men don't have any? Life-threatening or not, why do we act like men have none? Why is that the standard for what is considered acceptable discourse?
Because you're disposable, that's why.
There you go.
And then also my daughter, what decision she has to make before she lays down with somebody and how it can change your life, right?
So it's incumbent upon you to have that information. If your desire is to be a father, is to understand the woman's point of view and the things that they go through. We think of a lot of things that we go through, our upbringing, not having a father or having a father, all our experiences, and the dream of being a father, and having a son or a daughter, and what kind of father you want to be. All of that comes to mind, but before inception, those thoughts never came to me in the sense of what she would go through. How would I handle being in a waiting room and being told something and not knowing the information? Who do I lean on? All those things that come to mind that happen when you're in the delivery room or the process of having a baby or having a healthy delivery and all of that stuff. And then, I think it's absolutely important for us to have these types of conversations and have these thoughts leading up into the idea and actualizing fatherhood. I think we center ourselves, the patriarchy of it all, we center ourselves, we're the ones that make it happen.
I want to say something.
We've made patriarchy feminists in particular, made just the mention of the word patriarchy such a negative thing in and of itself. But then we'll turn around and require it in relationships.
Like they're doing right now.
Like they're doing right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about women in general. I'm talking about feminists in particular. Been with many of them. The same breath that they tell you they don't want to have nothing to do with patriarchy, they'll also tell you that you need to provide. Your check is our check. My check is my check. You need to take care of the household and the bills. And if something life-threatening occurs, you need to be the one to confront it. Well, baby girl, that's patriarchy. Well, not full on, because I agree with your description of what patriarchy actually is, especially when it's supported by policy. And we haven't seen a true patriarchy in our lifetimes. That's not realistic. However, if we talk about just cultural, casual, off the cuff patriarchy, the same women that are decrying it are the same ones asking for it. You're supposed to shut up and provide it while at the same time supporting that, we all just kind of critique it and dismiss it and laugh about it and talk about how problematic it is and how toxic it is, but you still need to provide it. Which is it? Do you want to be the patriarch in the relationship or not? Now, not long ago, women were saying they wanted to be.
Yeah, until fat meat got greasy.
Until fat meat got greasy. Now all of a sudden you're supposed to do it, but we're not going to call it patriarchy when she asks for it. No, we're going to call that being a good man. But yeah, you need to be. You need to. If I hear a noise downstairs in the middle of the night, go handle it. If we're walking around in public and something threatening takes place, whether it's a car out of control or a man that's being out of pocket, you need to be the one to handle that. You got to protect us and the family and the kids and the wife out there. That all falls on your shoulders. But we all hate patriarchy. Okay, well, you're probably confusing generations of young men who've been told that they're nothing but toxic. They're irrelevant. They don't belong. They're not needed. And then somehow, once they become adults at 18 and above, they're supposed to get married, impregnate wives, and be classical patriarchs that remain silent while providing patriarchal services. All right.
I was raised by women.
Right.
And I ran into some brothers a couple of years ago, last year, when we were running for election, who felt like Kamala couldn't lead.
Correct.
I said, but your mother ran a house.
Right.
And my mother tragically died when I was 4, but my sister who raised me was a gangster. Could take $1 and balance the budget like in 25 minutes, $100. So I think that in order to trust Black women, we gotta kind of like, I think you.
Okay, we gotta challenge a quick stereotype. The argument, he's making the same argument that Obama made, that Black men were the problem with Kamala's presidential run.
Right.
Because we could not conceive of a female president, and we were inherently misogynistic about it. But which group of men voted in the highest numbers for both Kamala and Hillary? Which group of men? Statistically,
it was black men by double digits.
By double digits.
Mm-hmm.
So this argument that Clifton is using here is a traditional black feminist argument that the reason that women have not been able to fare well in politics is because black men hate the idea of black female leadership. But really, since the Great Migration from the South, leading up to World War II,
right,
both men and into urban areas, especially men and black males in particular, we found ourselves with mothers at home, because that's where you get the codified 8 to 10 hour workday, where men were in factories and so on and so forth. So as a young boy, you found yourself at home under the auspices of your mother, or you went to school and found yourself under the auspices of a female teacher.
Exactly.
So males growing up taking leadership for women, especially black males in our community, that was not something that was unheard of for us. That was far more a norm than anything, just based on the hours in the day. And male teachers were rare. Even to this day, male single fathers are rare compared to, and of course, family courts had a lot to do with that. When women found that they could profit from pushing men out and getting child support and alimony and so on. They would even fabricate reasons to get rid of good men to do so. My point here is that he's carrying with this stereotype that men couldn't handle female leadership, even though most of us grew up with nothing but female leadership. And when it came down to it, black men statistically voted higher for the last couple of female presidential runs that actually had a chance. I mean, remember at the time, Hillary had a chance.
She did. A very good chance. They almost won.
Yeah. This is not like, what's this from the 70s? My memory's been really shot lately. Forgive me. Oh my goodness, I'm blanking on her name. Anyway, she ran for president in the 70s.
Yeah. I know you're talking about, yeah.
Anyway, it's not like that time period where you knew she would have no chance in hell, but she ran. No, Hillary had a chance. And truth be told, Kamala had a chance. She did. How much money was put behind her?
It's $3 billion. Yeah. A lot of money. Yeah.
In terms of the number of people and the resources put behind her, she had a chance. And black men voted, whether you like it or not. I'm not saying you gotta like it. I'm not saying you should support it. You shouldn't support it. I'm simply saying statistically, black men voted in the highest numbers. And yet, you don't hear any other group of men talking about it or being talked about as failing women running for presidential positions, but black men.
In fact, black men voted for Kamala Harris in greater percentages than white women and Latino women.
Yeah. But when's the last time you saw somebody get up and chastise Latino women for not voting hard enough for Kamala?
Yep.
They do this with us, and we contribute to it. See, that's another aspect of these discussions that I don't like. Stereotypes are readily acceptable when they're problematic against black men, but black men are not allowed to put forth arguments rooted in data that problematize other groups, particularly women, for a given issue here or there. We're not allowed to do it. This is one of the early problems I had in graduate school when I was taught and trained to be a feminist. I started to notice to be a good feminist as a man, an ally, meant that you had to shut up.
You had to shut up, yeah.
You were only allowed to give back the talking points you were given. You were not allowed to think off the cuff, think independently. You had to give the talking points back, and if you did not give them back, you had to be quiet.
Right.
And that's what he's doing here. The talking point in regard to black men in this instance is a stereotype, and he's giving it, and he's approved to give it because that's what you're allowed to do.
When I was talking about, I was talking to my driver on the way over about holding yourselves accountable. 81% of people don't talk, and black men have to talk to the women. And a lot of the women, and it's not 81% of women, it's 81% of people don't talk. So I think it starts with a dialogue. But I can personally tell you, I can't imagine walking around with another person inside of me. And I think that we have to yield to women. And I don't think the government can tell you if you were raped. I mean, they're talking about if you were raped or molested, that you have to have that child. I don't think the government should have any say in that. Along with women having.
So he's talking about women being required to have a child. They were violated.
They were violated. Yeah.
What happens when a woman violates an underage male, gets pregnant, and takes him to family court?
Yeah. He has no recourse.
He has no recourse. Or it doesn't even have to be an underage male. It can be a regular man who was either violated or manipulated. And I'm putting this on the same level. If you were violated as a woman, and a lot of guys say, well, and I've heard even academics say, well, that can't happen. Oh, really? Okay. So you go to an evening, right? You're chilling with a woman, you drink too much. You're in and out of it. You wake up the next morning, you're in her bed. Both naked. She talks about how much of a good time she has. You barely remember that it happened, but you do know you didn't have a condom on and she knew it. And she tells you she's pregnant.
Yeah.
But you never wanted a child. Is that a problem? See, we would call it a violation if a woman was drunk and had sex, especially if she got pregnant. We wouldn't say the same for a man. Even if he knew he didn't want a child and she knew he didn't want a child.
Right.
We would blame him for getting drunk.
Especially if she knew that he didn't want to have a child.
Yes. Yes. Or you can take it on a much simpler level that applies to a lot more people. Girl tells you she's on birth control. And you've been together for a few years and you believe her. And then she magically turns up pregnant.
Yep. All of a sudden.
Now, most men would just tell you to shut up. It's life. Just deal with it.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about violation and manipulation, doesn't that apply?
Yeah. Yeah.
How is that different from telling a woman you have a condom on and then taking her off mid of the act and getting her pregnant? You know, they have laws against that.
They have laws against it's called stealthing. They have laws against it. They do. Yeah.
But we don't have a term that's at least not a popular one for when women manipulate in the same fashion. I would argue that lying about birth control is equal to male stealthing with condoms.
It is. I would say so.
And you're shooting up the club because you trust her and she said she's on birth control. Then all of a sudden she says she's pregnant. What are you going to say? No, you're not. You said. But that should be part of the discussion if you're having a discussion in good faith. Go ahead.
Hey, don't ask me how I know about the birth control unopened birth control packs in the drawer.
Come on. And we're not even talking about, remember when they would do the little needles in the condoms? A lot of people may not remember.
Oh, yeah. Put poke holes in the condoms.
They poke holes in the condoms, and then they had the diaphragms, and sometimes they poke holes. Man, there was a lot of manipulative tactics, and I'm not fixating on them to say that men don't, do their own. I'm saying that both have done manipulative things, but we're only allowed to talk about one, and policy overly regards only one.
Drake almost got sued because he put hot sauce in his own condom.
Yeah. And we laugh more at the hot sauce than we do about why he did it.
Why he did it, yeah. Yeah, and the reason she dug it out of the trash, she got burnt by it.
Yeah. I would have paid money to watch her hop around, but that's a whole nother thing. I would have paid cold hard cash to watch her hop around. I would have paid it, damn it. $99, put it on the internet. I would have paid for it.
Pay-per-view, huh?
Pay-per-view, goddamn it. Sorry, I'm just anyway, here we go.
Having a choice of their bodies, we also have to teach our daughters and sons how to be responsible. Yeah. Not rely on the plan B, because abortion shouldn't be used just so you can all go out and have a good time.
Right.
Because we walk away, but women have to deal with the body, the changing your body. It's so much. I tell my girl all the time, I couldn't do it. Just having a menstrual cycle. I would say
I have no problem acknowledging that women have the burden of the pregnancy, the body, the impacts it has on the body. But let's not pretend like they don't also weaponize their bodies in regards to pregnancy. So when we talked about the manipulative tactics a moment ago that women are able to engage in as far as pregnancy, they can use it in a very predatorial fashion to secure resources, or sometimes just because they want to keep that man in their life. That's reality. So we can talk about the burdens of pregnancy on the female body, but we can't talk about the weaponization of the female body in pregnancy in terms of how it impacts men. No.
Say, God, can y'all let mine come once a year? I can pay somebody once a year because I watch my girl go through the changes emotionally, and not just physically, but it's a lot of shit women go through. So I think men, honestly, need to sit down, shut the fuck up. Right. It's a lot that we don't see, because if you weren't raised that way, you don't know. It's like you listening to you guys trying to be good husbands. But the women gotta let us in, and we can't tell them what to do. And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
Women are the first wonder of the world, despite what's said. It's the first wonder.
Exactly.
That's the only thing outside of God that I know that creates.
Yes.
First and foremost. The issues that we have are that the woman knows before we know whether or not life should be brought into earth, brought here, or if it should be aborted.
Now we're speaking in myth.
He's speaking in myth. Also, what he say? The woman is the closest thing to God on earth, right?
The women know. You know how many women have had babies that they didn't know they were even pregnant and dropped them in toilets and trash cans?
Exactly. Yeah.
Stop it. And as far as the whole question of the woman is God, we've been convinced with this feminist argument that we are almost accidentally involved in the entire process. Like almost, if they could make the argument that they didn't need male sperm, that we weren't involved, they would make it.
They would.
If they could make the argument, they would. And we are almost convinced we have nothing to do with this process at all. It's interesting to me how this happens. You don't get pregnant without me. This is a process. And in that process, while your body undergoes those changes, I'm here to protect you in the most vulnerable state you're in your life. I was just watching the Spider-Verse movie last night where Issa Rae plays a pregnant Spider-Woman on a motorcycle.
I remember that on the motorcycle, yeah.
Going around beating people up. And I know in real life, man, if that was I would have been like many other men. If you don't sit your ass down, you ain't doing it. Sit down. You're not threatening our child's life to prove some damn point. Stop it. But the reality is that's the most vulnerable position you're going to be in. And if we are together, especially if you're my wife, my body doesn't go through those kind of changes because I'm here to protect you. This is a process that was designed, if we can use that term, for us to deal with together in some fashion. But now men have been erased from the dynamic. But you tell me, how do you see this?
It's hilarious, man. That feminism crept in and basically they made women so autonomous in their mind. Almost like men.
I'm sorry, you're going in and out. What'd you say?
I said it's strange that feminism has made these women so autonomous. They're almost like men.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they almost become like what what's the equivalent of a female John Henry? I can John Henry my way through life. Okay, have kids, not have kids, because now the Chinese women are saying I don't want kids. I want to live life alone and with my cats and dog.
Well, guess what? You are welcome to do so. And the reality is that whole independence movement is now grappling with the outcome of decades of it. And what are we seeing? I'm seeing more women over 50 coming forward in regret than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Feeling like they were lied to, they were manipulated, right?
Yeah. They made it look good, in movies, on film, and in TV shows. Okay, that strong and independent woman was good, and everybody wants to be the Golden Girls, right?
Yep. Until you have to be the Golden Girls, until you're sitting there realizing you never had kids. Some people are cool with that. Not everybody wants kids, but more often than not, women especially that didn't have kids because they wanted to be independent, I'm hearing more and more from them that they regret it.
It was, but only black men. White men don't do this. Even white feminists, male feminists don't do this. They don't make the woman a divine creature like we do.
No.
Jane Henry. It's funny.
Man, this is all right. Here we go.
They deserve to have that right for the simple fact of America does not allow us to run a system the way we should as a family. Men don't understand. You may be the leader, but you might not be the provider. Do you know how to lead if you are not the provider? In the midst of trying to figure it out, we coming from a whole bunch of systematic. It's been constructed for us to be the way that we are, to think that we are. That's not how it was
And
programmed.
then talk about that program I mentioned where they took they paid to take black fathers out of the house.
And then from there, me and
Right.
Cliff was talking.
I don't think he was supposed to say that.
No, he wasn't supposed to say that. Yeah.
He broke from the script. That's when they knew this might be a problem. We got to watch. He's not fine. He's all over the place. We got to watch him. I think they probably looked at each other like, all right, y'all, we got to do this together.
You letting that red pill slip in, okay?
Yeah,
You letting that red pill slip in.
Talking about that. When it started with the Section 8, women were able to take care of the kids without the man being in the house, which gave her the mindset that I can be the leader because I have to be the provider. And then after that, it was the crack epidemic, which you guys started using, or they was going to prison. Regardless, we stayed out of the house. Now it's social media, and the thing is, we were always here to protect the black women. And if you ever seen the movie Sparta, men were actually the leaders, but the leader knew how to lead because he still.
Now notice that gymnastics. He went from family court and the pushing. Oh no, I'm sorry, welfare.
Welfare, yeah.
And the pushing out of men from the household.
The crack era where they were imprisoning men and hyper incarceration to Sparta. And
then he went to Sparta to somehow make an argument about men not being present. How did he twist it at the end? Anyway, I'm just saying the gymnastics there I find real interesting. So 2 out of 3 of the things he mentioned were systemic things that took place that black men had really relatively little control of. Even when you talk about the crack era, you're talking about an era where jobs were vanished. I mean, we're talking about post deindustrialization. There were no jobs. Right. You know, it's a sociological reality that if there are no jobs, the rate of illegal behavior increases. This is not because people are more inherently criminalistic. This is survival. So you go from no jobs to suddenly being able to see your neighbor with $150,000 car. Right. And there's a social expectation that you protect and provide, and that you have to attract women by having resources that are commonly not available to the everyday person. Right. So you go from welfare, pushing men out of the household, to the crack era, and somehow black men still become responsible for not being present. That's the kind of mental gymnastics that we're seeing take place, and this happens all around the country, in black communities especially, because we're not talking about the use of data. People are not bringing in historical narratives with any kind of documentation. It's just, this is what happened because this is the stereotype and this is what I've heard. And we were all raised by women. So we all heard the same things, right? Yeah. Interesting.
Trusted the woman with the gift that God gave her, which was intuition and discernment. And if you knew how to treat your woman and she knew how to love and that stress was off her, it allowed y'all to operate as a family unit, to be able to trust her so she can be able to trust you. Once you realize how powerful that woman is, a lot of us run around, and even for myself, I struggle with being monogamous because I didn't understand the value of the woman. But once you put a woman next to God, would you play with God the same way? And if you knew what you possessed as powerful, I don't think that we would run around with a promiscuous mindset of thinking.
You know, I will say real quick about his point about monogamy,
right?
How he struggles with it. DNA testing is yet again revealing female nature. You are not the only one that struggles with it.
And the T-app.
And and the T-app. Men are not the only ones that question monogamy. And question, I mean by behavior, right? Men are not the only ones. And it's interesting how feminists absolve women in general from this discourse about monogamy, and they make it men's problem, especially black men's problem. You have trouble, and it kind of dovetails into longstanding stereotypes about black men being hypersexual, right? The subtext of even what he's saying about himself is that we are so prone to hypersexuality that monogamy is fundamentally a problem and I can't control my dick. Yet still, when you actually start to look at women's actual behavior in regard to who they have sex with, whether they're honest or upfront about it or not, especially again with DNA testing revealing what's going on. But your argument about the T-app is sound because we don't have to wait for a pregnancy and a test to find out what women's behavior is. When is that going to make the discussion? Right? This shit is some 1980s talking points. When does that reality make it into the discussion? See, and this is why so many men, I think, are disgusted by these kind of performances, because they're dishonest. They're fundamentally dishonest, and they don't operate in good faith. You would attract so many more people to listen to this conversation if you actually included the realities that men experience from women, from the state, right? And actually engage in that conversation. If you have a real conversation, you'd be surprised how many men will now listen to you. I think most people are listening to this because of the shock and awe and the audacity of it. But I think if it was a real conversation had in good faith, where realities of the male experience were brought into play, this would go through the roof. Honesty, I believe, would go through the roof. Now, you and I have relative. Well, I think I'm at 40-something thousand. You're what, 50-something thousand subscribers,
Right.
I think those discussions, our discussions, don't get as big of a platform because we have no resources behind us. We're independently financed, if you will. But if you're going to put, millions behind this kind of discussion, you're going to promote it, you're going to put it out there. If you had a real conversation in good faith, this would have went viral much larger than it actually did.
Yeah.
For a whole different set of reasons. Here you go.
I think it's okay because we want to look at women the way that we are downplaying the thing of how they are.
So I'm going to real quick though. I think there's something that's really dope that you started with is around women being first close to God, right? Because that's a fact. And talking about creation, talking about creating, because I do think people talk about the human race all the time, and it started with blah, 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 blah. It started in Africa, it started in Africa with a black woman, right? And so I do think the closest you could get to power, the closest you could get to life creating circumstances and is with the black woman.
I wonder, yes.
But also just want to ground us in,
BGS, what's happening with black women's birth rates right now?
Yeah, they're actually black women actually the lowest birth rates in the United States, which is I think 1.39, which is historical. They're actually below white women.
So you have black men statistically having far fewer children than their female counterparts. You have an encroaching culture in the last decade of young men withdrawing from dating and mating or going elsewhere to do so. And then you have extremely low birth rates. And I think the feminist argument is they're low because women have decided they don't want babies anymore. But
I
would make the argument that the other things I mentioned are weighing in on this far more than feminists want to give it credit for.
I agree.
It doesn't serve their political interest to acknowledge that young men even are participating in withdrawing the kind of things that women have been able to take advantage of in the past. Men are withdrawing. Young men who don't even know, who've never had any of these conversations are still withdrawing.
Yeah, they're bowing out.
But we're only going to talk about the power she has. See, if you're a spiritualist and you argue that women have power, I don't have a problem with that. But if you're dealing with spirituality from an honest place, then don't have power in the dynamic as well. That's interesting. On an esoteric level, if you're going to talk about, the connection between the human and the divine, there's no one group that has a connection and the other doesn't. That's not how that works. You can't have the sacred feminine and not have the sacred masculine. It does not work like that. This bifurcated discussion of women being gods, and I guess we're soldier ants, we're concuserves, we're provide sperm and die for them when they call us in to die.
We are concuserves. That's what they still see us that way. We're disposable.
There is no balance in that discussion, and it will not work.
No.
When we talk about reproductive justice, it's not just about birthing, right? It's not just about having a kid.
Right.
And it's about, when we talk about bodily autonomy, it's about, we all want the right to control our bodies. I don't want nobody telling me what to do with my body, right? And that is a right that expands even beyond having a kid,
Yeah.
right? And fostering that environment to be able to raise folks. And we talked about like the village, right? You know, and that it takes a village to raise a kid. It wasn't like, okay, all these people on the block got a responsibility. It was actually, you understood that kid had, that every decision that goes into raising that kid, teaching that kid how to move, teaching that kid how to communicate, it forms their future, but it also affects everybody in the village, right? And so everybody had a responsibility to make sure that that person and the people that were raising that kid had what they needed, had the healthiest environment and things, you know, to make sure that everyone is okay, that we all can live the life that we deserve, right? Yes. And so, you know, I do want to also make sure that, you know, I ain't got no kids, you know, just so I can't talk about, you know, the standpoint of a father, but there are fathers at this table. I also got 25 nephews and nieces. I'm over here, you know what I'm saying? I got strategy over here. But there's perspectives from all on this table from every angle of it, and I do want to go back to and you know, we can go wherever you wanted to go, whatever you wanted to say, but I do want to talk about that you know, like you said, the government shouldn't be involved. Keeping in mind that this is a government that was steeped in what they call white supremacy. I like to call white delusion, right? You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing, right? And that they don't want to believe that they came from a black woman. Yeah, and the definition, you came from a black woman. Well, the definition.
If you don't get the fuck out of
here. Black woman's gold.
Stop it.
Of, you know, masculinity, the definition of what we do with our bodies and how we define a government's role in that came from that corrupt standpoint, that corrupt perspective. So I 100% agree that the government should do anything about it. But where did you want to go with that?
Well, I think one of the things that I think helps, I believe, with women's rights in terms of their sexual reproduction is the relationship that we have with the black man. I heard a psychiatrist when I was on one of the panels say that African-American men and women are suffering from 450 years of post-slavery PTSD.
Yes.
So one of the things that I love about this thing right here is that the next one I want to see is black men and black women sitting down together and talking about how do we learn to exist in peace. And I say that because I'm
going to tell you why I don't want to see that conversation in this space.
Okay.
If men can't be honest with each other,
right,
about the realities of what goes on in the black community, I don't give a damn about the next conversation. You've not set a platform that suggests to me that honesty is a part of the discourse. If this conversation actually included men's concerns, black men's concerns especially, I might be more interested to see the next conversation. But you've already told me what it's going to be. It's going to be a bunch of women in there browbeating the men and the men in there kowtowing. That's not a conversation to me. So
I'm saying this, and a lot of times I have to catch myself. It's emotional. I grew up with a lot of violence around me. My father, when he drank, I seen him knock women. My father fight a baby. He was just off. He was mentally off from the oppression of this culture that broke him. And, you know, so we were born, a lot of us were born into that, our fathers, and we're trying to break those cycles. So somehow that ties into me to women's reproductive choices in terms of having a baby with a guy that's comes from a broken family. Now the baby coming in with a broken family and bam, bam, bam. And the mother's asking the father for support. Like, yo, I ain't actually had that motherfucking baby. You know, that ain't shit. I don't even know if that's that motherfucker. I mean, there's so many levels to this that make women coward or not want to talk, you know, or be the victim of one guy shot his baby mama and the kids the other day. It's so I think we got to attack that from not just right now in this racist culture that we're seeing with this administration, but also from a generational standpoint. For sure.
I don't have the historical information, man. That's why I'm a listener, man.
You know, I gotta say the way black fathers are talked about, you know, where alcoholism and abuse become the leading, especially black fathers, the leading terms. Now, you got. I just want to share something with you real quick. In the last 30 seconds, or last 60 seconds, as that conversation was taking place, or Clifton was making his points, my sister just texted me a picture of the urns. They made real small urns out of my father's ashes.
Okay.
So she's basically telling me, she's showing me that what she's going to bring me in terms of my father's ashes.
Okay.
When I think about the kind of father I had, and I listen, and at the same time I was thinking about the kind of father I had, I'm listening to him talk about alcoholism and abuse. I'm not saying alcoholism and abuse doesn't happen, and I'm definitely not saying women don't participate in it as well, because I've seen that shit happen, and I've seen women that didn't have to be drunk to hit people with frying pans or hot grease or hot grits It had nothing to do with being, but in the midst of him defining that as a central Black experience with fathers, I think about how many fathers, and the men at the table are supposed to be representative of this, who have been good fathers who have not been acknowledged. If anything, good fathers are treated as if they are an anomaly,
right?
And good Black fathers are treated as if they barely exist.
They're unicorns.
Like they're unicorns. Statistically, we find that even though the majority of Black children are born into households where the parents aren't married, that Black men are more present in their families than any other group.
Any other group, I can attest to that. Okay, I'm a witness.
Yeah, but we also grew up in a dynamic where you had community fathers, and I don't mean some dude that got everybody pregnant. I'm talking about the coaches. I'm talking about the teachers. I'm talking about the men who, even when they didn't have kids of their own, and I'm not even talking about the men who got with women and became stepfathers. I'm talking about everyday brothers that played a role in their community as social fathers to kids that weren't even theirs. There's no acknowledgement of that. Now, there's a lot more to this segment to go, so maybe they acknowledge it later, but I'm saying, I'm really not talking about them as much as I'm talking about the leading conversation about Black fathers in the Black community. So much of it leads with stereotype and dismissal. And yet I can say I grew up seeing men that, served as father figures to me and didn't have to, wasn't asked to, barely were paid for, if at all. And they stepped up and did it and continue to do it. I got boys that are still coaching and don't have any kids on the team. So like, that's also part of fathering. Why does the fucking discussion always start with the stereotypical negativity and ignore how many men sacrifice on a daily basis to provide and be there for children?
The color purple still lives, does it not?
It does. It does. So my statement to them is, how dare you limit that conversation about Black fatherhood or lead it off with such stereotypes? And at the same time, I'm thinking about the kind of father I had, and you're going to tell me that he basically, didn't exist?
Yeah.
He didn't serve the feminist narrative?
You know how many Black women we shocked when she pulled up that Black women used to kill more Black men in marriage than the other way around?
You going in and out. What'd you say?
I said, you know how shocked Black women actually were when we actually pulled up the stats, with Dr. Curry about how Black women actually killed in marriage as compared to Black women. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
In fact, white men were shocked how many Black men were killed in marriage.
This is ridiculous. This might as well have been held in 1985. Although I would say the only difference is you might actually have a few more men who would contribute something that's not on script, because Black feminism wasn't quite as well ensconced in social media and mainstream analysis. It was growing.
Yeah.
But you might have some more men in 1985 that may have contributed a few things off the cuff that don't fit the feminist narrative. Here, I think we're reduced to Clifton and maybe a partial statement here and there, like the brother who was talking about welfare and crack era, but he flipped right back into men not being present because of Sparta. Anyway, here we go.
I'm a great listener. But when I hear, from your generation, your perspective, and your perspective, everybody's perspective in the sense that as we get into it, I feel like we let women down in that regard. We didn't stand on business. And
what you mean by that?
I just feel like we let depression wear us down. Fathers let depression wear them down and beat them down, take them out of the house, and
they forced them out of the house.
Forced them.
He wasn't supposed to say that. Look at. Was that Lee? Look at his face.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. But the thing is, but the brother raised in a household where mother did force his father out of the house.
Yes.
So that's why he keeps saying it. He lived it.
But you can talk about alcoholism and you can talk about abuse.
Yeah.
You can't talk about what she did to push him out of the house.
Yeah, what she did to push him out of the house. Yeah.
For 30 pieces of silver. You can't talk about that.
For 30 pieces of silver. That's why I put it up there. 30 pieces of silver to sell out her man.
No, they had a program. They forced them. They didn't leave the house.
I feel.
You see how they're cutting him off?
Yeah.
I understand that. I can't, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my woman.
See, here we go.
That. I get it, but ain't nobody gonna make me leave my family. I get what I understand that I could never fathom what went on back then. I could never.
You might be alluding to weak ass men allowing things that might be coming up. Like, you know, like, oh, this seems.
So we go from I can never leave my family, which is a subtle statement that previous generation of men were pussies because to weak ass men.
And guess what that brother is? That brother is LGBTQ.
Yeah, I know. I saw the clip with him in it later, but to be honest, it took about 10 words. But I'm simply saying it's interesting the gymnastics that we saw take place within 10.
Right. You went from John Henry and if black, when they say the same thing, if black men were stronger, okay, and more manly and more patriarchal, right? They could not have forced him out of the home. That's what he's saying.
Hindsight is 2020.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going through it, just like right now, there are things that we are as a society are going through that we're not going to even partially understand for another 50 years on a large scale. What took place in the 70s and 80s, and I talked to, and shit, you're one of those generations. I talked to my father, I talked to a number, I can't tell you how many black men over the last 20 years. At that time, you could not see the large picture. All you knew was your wife, if she was working class or below, could get resources that you couldn't get.
Exactly.
She could sometimes find employment or get degrees you couldn't get. But the point was she had access to something that you didn't have access to. And then on top of that, took you to court and sometimes used that court to push you out. This is not a chest thumping, you can't push me out of my children's, like, if you don't get the fuck out of here. It wasn't an individual decision. You were systemically barred from participating and often threatened with imprisonment if you weren't able to provide what the court said you were supposed to, or if she fabricated a charge against you. This idea that men just woke up one day and decided their kids didn't matter, that's a popular feminist trope. That is not a trope rooted in reality as far as what black men experience. And for you to be that young and inexperienced to talk shit about whole generations of men, to me, the ignorance is profound. That's not how that works. And then to jump in with bitch ass men, are you serious? You know how many men died of just anyway? I'm sorry.
Died paying child support. How many men went to court and spent tons of money trying to fight for their kids?
The majority of men that fell behind in child support were effectively impoverished.
They were,
especially if you're talking about the crack era, where education in urban environments was extremely limited, employment was extremely limited, the options were extremely limited. You know, it's not. Sometimes we individualize the shit. Well, I make good money, so everybody should have been able to make good money. That's not how that works. On a societal level, if you're doing well, great. I'm happy for you. Not how that functions on a mass level. Because you slipped through the fence does not mean that is somehow the norm that everybody should live by. Because trust me when I tell you, and I said this to Ronald, I said it to Gigi, we slipped through the fence as far as the academy was concerned.
Right.
But that's not the case for most. That's why black male PhDs are a very extremely low percentage of the academy in and of itself. But I can't start making statements about what black men as a whole should be doing because I got a PhD. That's stupid. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. You got to look at how the stats frame the average everyday man and what options and what available resources that he's dealing with. That's how you have that discussion. You don't talk about that from, I'm just going to thump my chest and say, I would never let this happen. You know how many fathers were forced to walk away?
Were put out by that woman.
Yes. This is not a chest thumping issue. As much as we want to make one because it feels good.
They blame it on the government, but no, that woman put that man out.
There you go. Shout out to Ronald. See you out there, man.
If you want to come up, man, just let us know.
Let me know, man. Yeah, you definitely need to be a part of this shit.
It's like, I don't know exactly the historical presence of it either, but you know how you say like, oh, like, you know, you stripping us from the house. Oftentimes, I'm a man who dates men. A lot of men aren't strong. So the way that you said you're not gonna take nobody from my family, you're not gonna strip me from my family. A lot of people don't walk with that. A lot of people don't have that. So I mean, like it is systematic, but I mean at the same time,
I mean, if
you somebody, I mean, you part of like the few men who is not gonna live their life like that.
I mean, I get a system that
So
you live in a place.
How did we determine that the men that would stay with their families are the few? When the stats show us that the majority of Black children have men in there who may not be married to mothers, but are in the household, and Black fathers are the most participatory. How did we get to they are the few? You see how the mental gymnastics keep taking place?
Right.
Yeah.
That is just geared to tell you you ain't shit. You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
And it beats you down.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
Yeah.
And it beats your other counterpart down. So y'all come home to
Madness.
beatness. Yeah. Nobody want to heal anybody, right?
It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot.
You're contributing to the you ain't shit.
A lot of different influences that happen, whether it's drugs, right? We know that our community struggled with that for a long time.
But let's talk about them. Let's go back. Let's go back and talk about the CIA putting the drugs in.
That's what I'm say.
He was not supposed to.
You out of pocket. Yeah, he's out of pocket.
Negro, didn't you get the script in the mail? Did you?
He didn't memorize the script. Somebody kicked his chair though.
Yeah, and they're going like, we paid you, man. You supposed to. You're an actor, man. Where's the script?
That's why you're looking at him funny. Wait a minute, man. You out of pocket.
He. You know what? In many respects, he represents the average brother who has not necessarily been indoctrinated into these narratives. He's just participating in a conversation. I don't think Clifton knows, to what extent this scripted conversation has been funded to operate politically in a very particular way. I think he got up there and he was going to be sincere. He was going to participate in good faith. I mean, he apologized and he paid a certain amount of deference to women. I think he did that. But I don't think he has been trained in the kind of framework that they're operating in. And so I think part of his frustration later is that he thinks that they just disagree. But I think it's bigger than that. He's not participating in what this actually is. This is a propaganda.
Yeah, it is a propaganda piece.
Yeah, it's a propaganda piece. I think he's taking it as a genuine conversation, not as a propaganda piece. I think that's why he keeps straying from the script, because he's not operating as much by one. He knows to be deferential to women, but that's as far as he's kind of framed it for himself. So he's trying to have a conversation. It's not happening that way.
We're in a country where drugs is probably the most highest profit of things that you want, right? But just speaking on fatherhood and being in the house and not being in the household, I think there's a lot of pressures coming from each side, right?
Yeah.
I've looked at fathers who weren't in the household and had conversations with them and say, man, you've been on drugs since you was 12 years old, brother. Your brain doesn't have the capability of thinking correctly, right? You are afraid that you can't provide for your family, so you would rather leave, right? Not knowing that you have a woman who's willing to stay down with you and hold you down no matter what, right?
I'm sorry, is that the narrative? So the narrative is we're talking about men who've been on drugs since they were 12, whose brains can't function well.
The crack babies. Okay.
The crack babies.
In other words, there's a small amount of men that were on drugs that got cracked out. But the thing is, they never came back to the family. Okay.
Notice he didn't say there was a small amount.
No.
He presented this as a key narrative. And part of that narrative was that he had a long-suffering woman attached to him who's willing to do well if he would step up.
Yeah.
See, this is what I talk about with the mental gymnastics. Look at this, the narrative that he just framed. No statistics, no framework. This is it. Men who've been on drugs since they were 12, and the ne'er-do-right men who had these long-suffering, beautiful women who just needed him to step up.
Yeah.
This is how we talk about Black men. No statistics, no doubt. I've been to academic conferences where conversations were held like this. When nobody was presenting research, they were talking off the cuff like this, and all they were doing were rehearsing stereotypes that have been debunked. Anyway, here we go.
Right. So it's just as a man who, even to this day, get nervous, right? Like, oh man, this shit is slowing up. Like, am I better off telling my baby and them like, are y'all good? No, of course not, right? Right. But you have to be honest about yourself and say, I'm fearful of certain things, and say, and not necessarily a weakness, but necessarily it's like, I'm scared.
right?
Yeah.
That I can't provide.
Yeah.
And now I've either let someone else kind of tell me what I need to do, right? Rather than following my own intuition and having a relationship with my ancestors in the universe and that can really guide you, or having that one-on-one with your lady. So so many things that can pull people out of the house, similar to the conversation. It's like, well, if I was enslaved, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, well, you really don't know.
I heard that. He said, "You out of pocket, boss. You out of pocket. Not following script."
So it's like, it's so many different things that go into why people do things. And sometimes, yeah, you can name it to, it's like, oh, this person was being a coward, or this person was being, but a lot of it is fear. And a lot of it is because we're the minority. And because the pressure that comes from so many other people that don't look like us, it's a lot of pressure that makes you feel that way. And then you got the people that's in your community that oppress you, right?
Yeah.
And so as men, we do it to women, right? As men, that's the tier.
Right.
We do it to women even more, right? We fall underneath that same thing. And so to your point, we got to strip that away, figure out what the issue is with that, have those conversations, understand that it's layers and layers of what it is, but also don't be like, you weak as hell.
I'll make sure that word like that now.
You wouldn't be able to do it. You ain't been able to hold it down, but it's just like, man, it's so many, reasons why a man would leave a household. And then sometimes it's us not holding them accountable and saying, hey, look, man, you need to get your shit together. All right, you need to make sure you're over there. And now I'm sitting here playing spades with you and smoking again, saying your kid 3 blocks down the street in weeks.
Where the fuck did you get that narrative? I mean, look, we're not talking. Individuals are capable of all kinds of things, but when you frame a narrative about a people or a demographic, there needs to be some kind of articulation as to where you got that from and to what extent that is the case. Right. So you've just dropped this very specific narrative on the floor about fathers who leave because they've been on drugs since they were 12 and they don't know how to be present, the long-suffering women that have to deal with them, and how men have let them down. And it's like, okay, how often are you saying that this narrative takes place? Well, that's not important. I just said it, so we'll just deal with that. Okay. These are the kind of things that produced the Black manosphere. These discourses here. And you and I talked about this a little while ago, and we've been talking about it for a couple of years. They think the manosphere causes men to withdraw or upset the apple cart, if you will, about these discussions. It's the opposite. The manosphere is trying to explain why men are doing what they're doing. Men started withdrawing before the manosphere was large enough to explain it to any significant population as far as the mainstream was concerned. The Black manosphere didn't create this the men's withdrawal.
No, it didn't.
Hell, if anything, sometimes it explained to the men who were withdrawing why they were withdrawing.
And sometimes they didn't even notice when men were withdrawing until we actually explained it, pointed it out.
Yeah. Well, the reason that the participants are being so closely manicured, and what they have to contribute is being so closely manicured, is because they're trying to refute the impact of the Black manosphere on these discussions, and mainly because they make the argument that the manosphere itself is the source of the problem.
They do.
It's much bigger than that. Much bigger.
So no accountability. So to your point, as you was talking to your driver, let's take accountability, but then also kind of give each other a little bit of grace and understanding, especially our OGs who went through a lot, especially our guys who are coming from Vietnam, who came home to nothing and lost everything and went out there and lost their mind, saw things we could never imagine, right?
Did everything for this place.
Did everything for this country just for them to take it away from you. And so now I say, well, fuck everybody.
That's my entry point to this conversation. I think that because I went to college and I got a master's degree in human relations, I really grapple with power and domination when it comes to like gender discrimination and when it comes to discrimination against women. So for me in this conversation, thinking about like fatherhood, I can't help but to think about the way in which I was introduced into this conversation about women's progression and how there were critiques of Black women that talked about how us as men start thinking about this shit until we start having kids. So we start to think about how we only think about women when it's tethered to a man. Like, hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so, little sister. Hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so. So it's really thinking about how us as men, in terms of accountability, we really don't even have a good transition from objectification to fatherhood because you've been a fucker for 20 years. And now you don't want to be a fucker no more. Now you want to be a father. Because we don't have that accountability to think about how we are taught to objectify women. And I know in our conversations, it'd be like, hey, you can get respect from the homies based off how you get down with it.
Yeah.
To be real. You can.
Okay. So the problem here is that men are encouraged to be misogynistic and objectify and to participate in objectifying women because it's reinforced in their social networks with other men. Okay. That's interesting. Not sure where you're going to pull that out as the introduction point to men and women relating to one another. The inherent problem is that Black men are misogynistic because it's reinforced. Let me ask you a question. We talked about earlier how women are not taught how to treat men.
Right.
Not even in childhood.
Right.
Do they reinforce for each other how to exploit men and celebrate it? I'm just curious.
Ask me how I know.
Well, I want to explore that a little bit. And
It's passed down from grandmother, not just mother to daughter, from grandmother to granddaughter.
Let me see something. I should have pulled this up, but I really wasn't prepared. But hold on. I'm gonna show a couple of quick things. Pull this down. I didn't promise that I was gonna get through this whole goddamn thing.
Oh, you're doing an admirable job, man. Because I know you get triggered like every 2 minutes.
Now, this
You're
is
doing a good job.
I'm not going to play I'll play the sound on the next one. But there's really not a lot of sound in this one. Shout out to Daphne Accountability Sutton. I want you to watch this one real quick. All right. Let me see that. You know what? I'm sorry. And maybe I need to enlarge it. Do I need to enlarge it?
No, you're good.
Okay. So this is a woman, as you can see, who's trying to set her boyfriend's apartment on fire because he broke up with her. She done poured gasoline all over the door when the clip started. Strangely enough, appears to be half naked. I don't know why. She has trouble getting this lit. She tries 2 or 3 times. Doesn't work. I think the fire goes when she tosses it. The fire goes out before it hits the gas.
Right, it's the gas, yeah.
But she has done it slowly this time and has succeeded. Now, I've seen movies where women have done similar things. Most particularly, I think everybody starts off with the Angela Bassett moment where she sets her husband's car on fire. Saying it started over. You can see her pouring the gas. So Daphne says her boyfriend moved on with someone else. She decided to start a fire outside his apartment. 13 apartments were damaged by the fire, smoke, and water. Part of the building collapsed from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. A firefighter was injured while battling the fire. Yet they say men can't handle rejection. But I'm also adding in that this is something we've seen reinforced in films where acting out in violent fashion was considered more than acceptable for Black women, more than any other group, really. Or just somehow deserved and earned. And notice it didn't say that he abused her. It didn't say that he hit her. It didn't say any of that. It said he moved on.
He moved on. Yeah, he moved on. Yeah.
But I'm gonna show one more. Excuse me. Like I said, I wasn't planning to show this, but I think the situation requires it. Hold on.
Yeah, I know you have product to show one every day, God.
What'd you say?
I'm sure you can actually show one of these every day because you collect these things.
Yeah, I'm not. Let me see. All right, so this one should have sound. I don't. Have you seen this one?
No, I haven't.
All right. Well, I'm sorry in advance. Here we go.
And I'm single for Valentine's Day because a nigga thought that he gonna buy me whatever he want to buy me, and not what the fuck I want.
Wow.
Fuck a nigga. I'm single for Valentine's Day because fuck these niggas. Oh shit. My bad, y'all.
Wow.
I'm single for Valentine's Day because it's just fuck a nigga, period.
Wow.
I'm single for Valentine's Day because I'm a hoe and I be selling it.
Hey, there's some truth in that. Okay.
I'm single for Valentine's Day because I won't put up with you nigga shit. Sorry, baby. It's Big Mama. Go ahead, Miss. Go. She going last. I was gonna go last, but it's okay. I'm not single. I'm married. I love my husband. I love you, baby. Nado. Y'all supposed to put it around y'all or what? Oh shit. I'm not single, but it's still fucking nigga. Period. Blow that nigga count out.
Oh.
Set my count blowing. And we single because we all really some hoes and we don't give a fuck about it. Fucking nigga!
Boy.
Now,
Go ahead.
Lee just said that men behave the way they do, especially in their misogyny, because they're socially reinforced by other men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did we just see?
Where do we learn how to relate to women? Okay, some little girl in 4th to 5th grade, you told her she was cute and she punched you. Okay, that's where you learn to relate to women.
But see now what they've done with these discussions is they would say what I'm doing is whataboutism, right? This is how they learn to deflect. So you don't actually have to hear men's counter arguments or men's attempts to question why there's a one-way dynamic to the discussion where we're only allowed to criticize men. We're not allowed to do it because it's dismissed about whataboutism, but they'll bring up very specific narratives, like a father who's been on drugs since he was 12, or men who are misogynistic because their boys support it. They're allowed to bring up these very micro-specific narratives to make their point. But when you counter it with, this is not something that is done in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Women have been doing this for the longest. I grew up in the era of niggas ain't shit.
Yeah.
I've seen it, especially when you had families that were supported by the state to operate without him being present. It no longer took the presentation of just something that occurs in occasional conversation. It took the position for a child of being this must be how life should be lived. The women in my family are doing this and they run the family.
If you want, go read the book, The Eyes of Watching God. You want to go far? Niggas ain't shit goes
back a long way. But I'm
saying back a long way.
But remember, they had to resurrect her career after her death. So that same generation of women that reintroduced Their Eyes Are Watching God are the same generation of women that kicked off the Niggas Ain't Shit movement. The same generation of women that kicked off the 6 foot, tall, 6-figure income. All of that stuff was kicked out by the same group at the same time period. And it's only snowballed since then because social media got hold of it and it just took on a whole different bent. But I'm merely pointing out here that if you want to hyper focus on Black men somehow having a culture that is so deeply misogynistic that it's a problem, all right, I would say the examples you gave are extremely specific, but we've learned to dismiss that there's also a culture of misandry that has been state sanctioned, and that's not part of the discussion.
No, it's not.
And that's what I'm saying needs to be part of the discussion. Misandry has been state sanctioned. It has been reinforced and supported on multiple levels. And it includes systemic issues like hyper-incarceration, voter disenfranchisement. We can go down the list of health issues. I mean, there's such a long list of how systemic misandry has played out, especially toward Black men. Somehow we can only talk about misogyny.
Hatred of Black men goes back 200 years, man. It's not new. Yeah.
And how many other groups of women do you actually see making videos like the one I just showed you?
Tons.
I'm really just showing it to say, there's a social reinforcement amongst Black women about the misandry toward Black men. It is socially reinforced. You are applauded for telling him he ain't shit. You are applauded at the family event for not bringing him a plate. You are applauded for disrespect at every level. You are applauded by other groups of women. I've watched it happen in families and in social networks. Matter of fact, if a woman is happy with her man, she has to walk a tightrope about how she talks about that with many of her girlfriends. Because the subtext is, well, girl, he might just be lying to you. He's fooling you. I've listened to these conversations. I've seen it. I can't tell you how many times. So to suggest that somehow this negative social dynamic only seems to happen with men is really interesting to me. I'm like, really? Oh.
It's always Jermaine's fault.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm waiting to see a video of Black men twerking and blowing out. on how they hate women on Valentine's Day. I'm waiting to see that.
No, they're doing it, but they're doing it from Thailand, from Colombia, from Africa. Okay, from the
You know what?
Philippines.
But they're not twerking their hatred for women.
No.
They're digging on the women that they found wherever they found them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a different thing. You know, they say, well, if I can't be appreciated by the women I grew up with, I'll find women that I can appreciate who will return the favor. Very different response from fuck all women, which you know, sections of the internet, social media are, you know, red pill sections are deemed as making the argument for it. Like, just, you know, the articulation is that these groups of men just hate women. Actually, that's not what I see. They've just found other women.
Yeah, and you know, there's a trend going on, especially on TikTok, on social media, right, about black women being perplexed why other groups of women like black men.
Yeah,
they're perplexed.
Yeah, they have, and you know, they can't understand it. But anyway, here we go. That's a whole nother conversation.
Can get capital, popularity, preference based off of how you're able to dominate and objectify other women. So then when I come into the conversation and I want to talk about progression of women, we start to have different, I'm gonna say pathology, different ways that stigma taps into it. And I think one of those is us being very critical about how we relate to women that's not related to us. Like, how do you respect women that's not your sister, that's not your mama, that's not your, you know what I'm saying, you feel me? Oh, even when we find them attractive. Like, how do you respect for those women? And I think that the conversation starts before we start thinking about fatherhood. It starts to me, thinking about it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation, though, it's like, hey, so before you became a father, before you became a father, when did you think about the general welfare of women?
Why exactly is the measure of becoming a good father by thinking about it in advance tied to whether or not you ponder on the welfare of women as a whole? Why is that association being made and used as a litmus test for a good father?
If you're not a good man, you can't be a good father. And a good man centers his attention and his resources and all of his goodwill on his woman.
Yeah, see, I think that's bullshit. Now, I think you can care for a woman or women in general, but for some reason, to make the argument that the measure of a good father is whether or not you pondered and meditated on the condition of women as a whole before you had a child. That, again, they're using some very specific narratives to make sweeping points about black men and not really explaining how they came to that. How did you come to that argument being the rationale for a good father and the definition of a good father? Where did you get that from?
Yeah, I mean, we got it from the women. What do women say? How could you be a good father and not love the mother so hard?
Well, let's reverse it to show you how arbitrary it is. Table full of women.
Right.
Before you had a child, did you ponder on the overall welfare of men, not from the vantage point of how few men you got access to dating, but from the vantage point of what they actually go through? How many of you, before you became mothers, really pondered on what men suffer from? Does that even sound like a question a group of women would be asked?
No. She'd be shouted down if she did, Tim.
Listen, you know, I'm not talking about this because I'm trying to down women. I'm talking about this because these are the kinds of intellectual snares that I think make men, they're designed to make men hate themselves. And I can't stand by and abide it. I'm trying to undo these snares as we walk through them because they're not legitimate. I told you earlier, I'm very much concerned about black men's peace of mind. These kinds of discourses are designed to upset any peace of mind you may have already had or were on your way to. They are designed to upset it because it politically suits feminists to do so. But not, so far, what I've heard, I don't consider, legitimate, and I don't consider done in good faith. So I think it needs to be questioned. It needs to be called out because it's bullshit. There is absolutely nothing wrong with pondering the well-being of women as a whole. Nothing wrong with it at all. But to somehow leap to the suggestion that this is a measure of what a good father is bullshit. That is not the measure. There's nothing wrong with doing it, but it's not the measure any more than it is for women to ponder the overall well-being of men before she gets impregnated. It would be nice.
Yeah, right.
But Nobody suggests that that's a measure. So why are you? Anyway.
Well, I'm adopted. So I think some of that has always been in my mind, just to what will make someone give their child up. You know, since I've always known since I was 7. Feel me? So what environment was she in? Did she feel protected? Did she feel wanted, cared for, seen?
That's interesting. So we've been having a conversation about male abandonment as far as fathers are concerned.
Right.
But you're adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about how your mother abandoned you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're questioning what her reality was when she did, which there's nothing wrong with. Cool. But how do you jump into a conversation where you villainize fathers and frame them as, you know, abandoning their children, but you actually experienced being abandoned by your mother?
Mm-hmm.
You can give her conceptual grace, but for some reason, black men get your ire. See, it's the mental gymnastics that I find interesting to make these arguments fit.
Right.
You have to jump and twist and turn in very specific ways to make it work. If you can be as critical about the women that abandoned their children as you are about the men, now you have my attention. This needs to be in the Olympics.
When we do it right, don't we?
Other things. So early on, but for me, I think for me, it's kind of gone to a place of just humanity of it all, just like a person. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. Right. I want to feel how I feel. That's me.
You know, when a woman abandons a child, you know what we don't talk about?
What?
How many men may not have even known she was pregnant?
No, that's true.
My first experience with pregnancy is a woman I was seeing in college.
Mm-hmm.
And we went home for winter break.
Mm-hmm.
And when we came back, she told me that she was pregnant and she had an abortion.
Okay.
Now, I had never pondered, you know, at that point, you know, impregnating somebody. I envisioned having kids. I wanted kids one day, but, you know, I never thought about it. Now, to this day, I have no evidence if it occurred or didn't occur. She could have made it up for attention. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think she did, but she could have. But she told me she aborted my child. Now, the thing about that got me is I always wanted a child.
Okay.
I didn't even know it happened. And I'm not saying I wanted one with her. I was taken aback by the fact that all of this occurred and I didn't know.
Right.
But to take it further, if she decided to have the child, never tell me she was even pregnant, give it up for adoption, or abandon it in a trash can, how many fathers never even knew that a woman was pregnant?
Yeah.
He's telling this story about his mother abandoning him and him being adopted. Has he pondered whether or not his father even knew he existed?
Yeah.
You could walk by your father on a street in broad daylight and not know it.
Mm-hmm.
Very much possibly because nobody even told him.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me how we have no empathy in these situations for how many men are not even made aware that this is happening. He may not have even had a chance to come in and fix this. He may not know you exist to this day.
Yeah.
And I've never heard in a public discussion any empathy for the men that did not know.
Ignorance to the baby is no excuse. Okay.
Wow.
Doesn't matter whether you or not. Should have known.
You're supposed to know.
You're supposed to know.
And if you didn't fix it and rescue the child,
Mm-hmm.
I guess you're Jermaine.
Mm-hmm.
I want the same for everybody. Yes. I want you to live your life. I don't want nobody to take their life. But for the most part, if it makes you happy, go do your thing. That's me.
Right.
That's who I am. I understand that a lot of people are not like that. A lot of people also don't have my experience.
Yeah.
That has probably made me this way.
For sure.
My upbringing, you dig? Single parent household, only my mama. Watching my mama deal with men. A safety engineer at NASA, you know, surrounded by white men, telling her she don't know what she's doing. And she telling them, you got to put the gloves on. You know what I mean? It's
No, that's interesting.
Single, adopted and still had a single mother.
That's an interesting twist. But what I also find interesting about that is she described her experience with men. And something I learned as a young man, probably around college age, you and Patrice O'Neal used to talk about this all the time. You think you understand until you hear from the women you've dealt with the things that your mother has said about your father.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, holy shit. Like, and it's not, and of course the assumption is whatever was said is true. I'm arguing the opposite. It's not. And that's the point that slaps you in the face. If you have a frustrated ex who's calling you everything under the sun,
right,
and you know she's out of pocket, you know she's turned this situation into something it wasn't because she's mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying the same things you grew up hearing about your father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You go,
oh, yeah. Well, that's when you realize it's okay.
It's not to say right off that, you know, it's true or it isn't true, but it gives you serious pause. Like, whoa, wait a minute. And then the other thing you realize is when you start living a little bit, it doesn't matter if she works for NASA or if she's a CEO or a six-figure. None of that matters. You'd be surprised how accomplished women behind closed doors, how they act in relationships. I remember I had a conversation probably about 15 years ago with a colleague of mine at the university. And she was talking about how many of her girlfriends, you know, were always in and out of relationships and they were so, you know, accomplished and they got degrees and they were doing this and that and they just couldn't find men. And I said, you know, that's interesting because a boy of mine just had his tires slashed because he broke up with his girlfriend.
A little bit. It's better than the gasoline in front of your door, but yeah.
Oh, definitely. But you'd be, you know, but I said his girl, she had degrees, she was a six-figure earner, but she slashed his tires because she thought he was cheating on her. His sister came to visit. She assumed it was another woman.
Another woman, yeah.
And slashed his tires. And I said that to her, and she looked confused. I said, let me ask you a question. How many of your girlfriends who are this accomplished and can't find men, how many of them would tell you if they slashed their boyfriend's tires? Well, she was like, I've not heard that. I said, no, you haven't. I know you haven't. But how many of them would tell you that they did it? She said, I don't really know. I said, how many of them would tell you that they did it because they assumed he was cheating or because he broke up with her or any of those reasons? How many of them would tell you that she did something vile, as accomplished as she is, because she was hurt and unhappy? She said, I don't know. I said, I'll tell you right now, 0. Now, there are some girlfriends that they high five each other for doing that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
There are other girlfriends that would never stoop to tell you how they actually behaved. And so when he says, oh, my mother worked for NASA and she dated all these men and I saw how they treated her, wait until you date the woman that works at NASA. And you find out that no matter how well she carries herself in public, that does not have anything to do with what can happen behind closed doors when you're in a relationship with her.
Right.
The psychological games, the head trips, the guilt tactics, the manipulation tactics, you have no idea. And, you know, but that public facade has nothing to do with who she is in private. And we mix the two, just like he did. Well, she works at NASA. What point did working at NASA become a reflection of how pure and brilliant? And that has nothing to do with it.
How
you are a man.
Why would the state let a single mother adopt a child? It's not normal.
I've seen single fathers, but I do know this: the single fathers who adopt kids. But I know the level of scrutiny that they're under, because the subtext is they might be predators.
Predators, yeah.
You know, but you know, the more we find out about how many women predators are out there, I can argue that when it comes to women adopting children, even as single parents, I highly doubt they're under the same level of scrutiny.
No.
And yet, if you ask how many men had sexual experiences underage and what the age was of the women who engaged in that behavior, and shout out to Tommy Curry, who wrote a piece on it called She Touched Me years ago, where he was breaking this down. Tommy Curry and Ebony Utley, they talked about this in detail. Most black males have black males in general have the youngest age of sexual debut. Means they lose their virginity at the youngest ages. They're usually underage, and it's usually by a girl or a woman who's older than they.
Older than them, yeah.
But somehow that's not part of the lexicon. That's not part of the mainstream discussion about what takes place with men and boys as far as sex. But we do have this abusive narrative about men. And so it even affects adoption in that respect. You know, men who want to adopt and have children have to be investigated as potential predators. Women, I mean, I question how seriously that's kind of taken into account. But anyway, let's get back.
My perspective is from that's my earliest.
That's right. I want to, because how in this moment, because we have, when we're talking about the government, we have abortion bans in Georgia, my home state, Texas, that's leading to women dying, babies dying, people being less safe. And here we have folks, we've been hearing about folks being hung, lynched. We've been hearing about so many things this year that scare me as to how I got a big ass family, how all them people are going to survive this time. And I'm thinking about, and I'm not thinking.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Who's being hung?
Black men.
You notice how when it comes to women dying in pregnancy and delivery, he can say women.
Yeah, right.
When it comes to those who are being hung and found lynched, now we have to talk about Black people. We have to talk about the Black community. This is what I call flat blackness in my book. Right? We have these discussions about we can be very specific about issues that women experience on gendered terms, but when it comes to men, we have to generalize for the whole community.
Yeah.
Because when you say Black people are lynched, that gets the attention. That's powerful. When you say Black men are lynched, that attributes all of that threat to just Black men, and we got to spread it around so the whole community can kind of use that politically. And this is something we saw with BLM, but we don't want to actually say it's Black men. We can't. You actually can't say that, especially if you're in a classroom. You will be attacked for saying Black men. But any issue pertinent to women, you can describe solely in terms of her gendered experience. That dynamic is I think the root of part of why we interpret these things the way we've learned to. You're not allowed to even think about what things are gender specific in regard to men and boys.
Yeah, it's never mama's fault.
No.
Thinking about protect Black women like we've always heard it, like protect Black women. Oh, that's my girlfriend. That's my, don't hurt my mama. Don't talk about my mama. You know what I mean? But when we're talking earlier about a village, right, and how a village, everybody has a responsibility for each person and each responsibility in creating that nourishing environment, making sure there's healthy food, clean water, et cetera, et cetera. What are we doing right now to learn what women need, Black women particularly, and play our part in that power building?
I have a question for you guys.
Gotta do this. Gotta do this. This will only take a second. Would you mind taking a look at that, sir?
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Second autopsy reveals Trey Reed was murdered despite false reports of suicide. Trey Reed had blunt force trauma to the back of his head. Nationally renowned civil rights and personal injury attorney Ben Crump announced that the Colin Kaepernick Know Your Rights Camp Autopsy Initiative covered the cost of a second independent autopsy for DeMar Travion Trey Reed. Trey's family raised serious concerns after receiving conflicting accounts and incomplete information about the circumstances of his death. This is a continuing story. No official results from the second autopsy have been released. Now, question: can you talk about saving Black men? He just as easily could have said that after he mentioned lynchings, right?
Yeah, he could have said it. But Black men are disposable. They take credit for it, but the thing is, but the thing is, that's what they're supposed to do. Just like when, like most of your dealers that sold drugs and crack recruited by the female, their mothers, their aunties, and their girlfriends.
See, the first movie I actually saw where grown women who were participating in the drug trade was the one that came out a couple years ago on the life of Bobby Brown.
Okay.
And they were showing his mother, which I found interesting because she was, kind of telling her sons what to do.
Yeah.
Which was reminiscent to me of Richard Pryor's grandmother, who had the whorehouse. The whorehouse, yes.
Brothel, yeah.
And all her sons, Richard Pryor's father being one of them, were pimps. But she was the madam.
Mm-hmm.
and she ran it, and she raised them in it and told them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know how to have conversations about women's participation in what we would call evil or negativity. We don't know how to do it. So the conversation about Richard Pryor's family, when it comes to the violence and the threat of it all, we talk about the men as pimps.
Yeah. Just like in Luke Cage, man. If you look, behind the whole criminal enterprise was a female, was a matriarch.
Yeah, but well, if we go into that, we end up hearing how the story turned into how she was abused as a young girl and what she went through. So we know how to empathize for women. And I'm not talking about villainizing women for the sake of villainizing women. I'm saying, do we know how to talk about female acts of evil?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Because they take place. We don't know how to do it.
Every villain has a villain arc, right? Male or female. We don't attribute that to the black male. Okay?
No, he doesn't have an arc. He's naturally this. This is just who he is. But if a woman does it, we do have to talk about what made her do it, how she did it, and it's usually a man.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah. It's always your man's fault. Yeah.
This is something I've been trying to explore, and then I got more on the journey of once I got married, which is like therapy, right? And self-discovery, right? Understanding that my wife had her own journey of therapy.
Thank you.
Being introduced to anger management, right? That's not because you punch holes in the wall, but it's because you just get certain triggers that you don't know how to handle. You don't know how to. So I think for me, I'm going on a journey, and I'm curious if you all are going on this too, or eager to go on it, because I am learning how to be more enthusiastic about it. Because therapy saying, I don't like talking to somebody. I don't want to, So just having that kind of, for me, that's where I'm at, and figuring out that's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe.
Yes.
She wants to know that in any conversation, I ain't gonna just be like, I gotta go outside and smoke real quick, but I ain't. She wants to feel safe.
Notice how I'm sorry. It's just interesting to me when you talk about anger management in relationships. We talk about what men need to learn, unless you've been in a relationship, and then you find that you'd be surprised how many women have no anger management tools whatsoever. But the social conversation in the mainstream is never about how women need to learn how to manage
their own emotions. Yeah.
No, there's no conversation about that. The subtext is that men are the ones that need to mature in terms of their emotional management, self-management. They need emotional maturity, and somehow women just naturally have it because they're female.
Yeah,
that's the argument. And you may even believe it, and then you find yourself in a relationship, and this woman can hit you with baseball bats, throw pans at you, come at you with knives, and set your house on fire.
Right.
There's no conversation about how she needs anger management. That's just something that's defaulted to men, and we're comfortable with that default.
Just like he said, the woman and the man getting into it, he goes outside to smoke. Okay, that's very mature. Okay, instead of escalating, he separates. Okay.
But he frames it as an unwillingness and inability to engage.
Yeah, immaturity. Okay, yeah,
like an immaturity. He's framing it as such. But again, there's no discussion about how women argue. First of all, one of the reasons one could put forth about men engaging women, especially in difficult conversations, is how many women will weaponize your vulnerability. If you've shared something with her, or if she bared witness to something that took place to you that was particularly traumatic, right? And you shared that with her, right? And later in a discussion, what happens? Later in an argument, what happens?
Yeah, or another argument. She'll put it in her back pocket and use it like a weapon.
Absolutely, which causes men to do what?
Either shut down or explode.
Yeah, well, exactly, shut down or explode. But one of the things you definitely will do is stop sharing, which then is turned around and framed as emotional immaturity and an inability to articulate your feeling. No, it's a self-preservation method that's tied around having had your own vulnerability weaponized against you. But again, I'm not saying this is happening in all relationships. What I'm simply saying is that these things occur and play a role in men's decision making when it comes to problem solving. Is it the best solution? Is it the only solution? No. But do not act like there are not things that are going on that serve to shape how men respond when it comes to conflict in relationships, especially when the general public's perception is that you're the only one that has a potential problem with managing anger And then somehow, because you're a male, you're the one that needs to have anger management. Now, I'm not saying he said that, but that is I think the general discourse, the kind of general assumption about what goes on in relationships. But
remember the thing with Sha'Carri Richardson beating on her man, right? Her boyfriend in the airport, okay? And when the cops came for her, she blamed him.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to walk away.
Yeah, he was trying to walk away.
Yeah.
And when they told her that, she was like, "Oh, he called the police on me." They had to tell her, "No, we saw this on camera." She still said, "You called the police on me," and she kept yelling that to him. "You're getting me arrested." He didn't have nothing to do with it, but she found anything she could to weaponize it. So anyway, I'm just simply saying this idea that men inherently need anger management, men need emotional maturity. We somehow assume that women just naturally have these things.
Yeah. Oh, you always get the thing, women are healed and men are not.
Exactly. I think it's a problem.
And the more we can make them feel safe, and because naturally we all want to provide. Most men, you want to be the provider, you want to go out there and do the thing, but you forget about it ain't just monetarily, it ain't just hanging out with your son and your daughter. It's like, how do I have these conversations and actually know how to have them? Because sometimes you don't understand that. You don't get taught how to, deal with impulse control and all those type of things. I would be curious to know if you all had your own therapy.
I would argue that men are very much attuned to some degrees of impulse control in this sense, especially engaging other men. You understand very early on, by elementary school, that there are repercussions for how you deal with people, especially other men. What Kevin used to call it, the low-level threat of violence between men.
The violence between men, yeah.
Don't tell me men have no understanding of impulse control, because you learn in the 3rd grade, if I act out a certain way, I might get hands thrown. You learn this very early on with men, especially with boys, with other males. There are consequences for your behavior. And then too, like I said earlier, if you hit a girl, even if she hits you first, there are consequences to you. So I would argue that men are introduced to impulse control very early on. Now, girls among each other, violence is not generally the first, kind of step. They do a lot of reputational violence with one another.
Yeah.
So impulse control doesn't have the same repercussions when it comes to girls in that regard. And if they hit boys, adults don't jump out the woodwork to stop that from happening. I would argue that the girls don't get the same kind of impulse control narratives, because the assumption is that whatever they've done is okay. Tangible. Boys, on the other hand, we get talked to, we get pressured, we get kicked out of school, put in detention. Boys get a lot of repercussion for whatever their behavior is. So I think that would be an interesting thing to include in the discussion and to chew on. Is it just that men have no impulse control, or have we actually been introduced to it from a young age and girls don't get that same kind of training?
They don't get the same kind of training because women are always forgiven for, like you said, when the little girl hits you, okay, it's fine. But when you try to hit back, that's when the crowd rushes in.
That's when it's a problem. Yeah. And that continues into adulthood when you have conversations about abuse. If he hits you, even with items, with weapons, things he's used against you, as far as the public is concerned, the abuse has not started yet. The argument has not started yet. When you choose to respond poorly by putting your hands on her, that's when the line of abuse starts.
Right.
That's when the problem starts. Everything before that is irrelevant. And as far as the mainstream public's perception of abuse is between men and women, whatever happens, even if she has abused him, is not relevant until he responds in kind.
Yeah.
And sometimes, even if he walks away, he's still the one that ends up in cuffs. I've seen cops show up to houses where he's got a black eye and bruises and cuts. She has nothing on her, but she says he abused me, and he gets arrested. You're going to tell me that men are not introduced to impulse control?
Oh yeah. Oh, we deal with white people all the time. You have to have impulse control.
We've always had to have it.
With your black, with your female teachers, you have to have impulse control.
I mean, you're talking about the 20s, particularly in the South, where looking at a white person in the eye could get you lynched. You mean to tell me you don't learn impulse control? Okay. A white woman hits on you and wants to have sex with you, but especially at that time, that if she got caught doing it, she could turn around and say you violated her to save her reputation, and you the one that would have to go to jail, if not get lynched. You mean to tell me that black men didn't think about those things in advance?
Mm-hmm.
Really? We have no impulse control. Huh?
They're taught by their parents from a very small age.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. These impulse control came with life death consequences for black men.
Still does.
Still does.
Still does. If you go wilding out in the wrong spot at the wrong time, you know, the law will take you out.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Journey and trying to figure out how to, you know, obviously keep your spouse safe or anybody in your life to safe. I know it's particularly talking about the women in our lives. So.
He literally said just what I was about to talk. I don't care what said. If you think you are okay, go to therapy. If you don't, I've been in therapy like 4 to 5 years, and it's bigger than, like Luke was saying, I'm going to stay in my house. But just because you stay in your house don't mean you're going to have a healthy environment, because you can stay for 20, 30 years for them kids. But if they saw anger and this, that, and the third, you can't be mad that they go out and do the same thing with what they saw. It is encouraged that if you take it self, you need to take it self. You need to have couples there. We as men, even wanting to be better, we only have the information that we've been given amongst each other. But we don't have different perspectives. It's okay to take perspectives from white people because they don't have the mindset of survival that we have. So when you hear different, you think different, you move different. You're more optimistic to know how to move within your household. It is my children. I don't care that they're only 9, 10, 7, 6. They have problems. Every black man at this table had problems. We had situations we couldn't talk to people about. Get your children in therapy. If you can't afford to do it, healthcare can cover it. Get your children in therapy because they need to have a healthy outlet to have somebody. They don't always feel safe talking to mom and daddy, regardless of how well we are. They don't feel safe doing that.
I would say be careful about getting your therapy from white people, but
I didn't say white therapists. No, I don't listen to them. In general, when they talk about
when you're listening to them too. But what I do want to also say is that I think is really important is that our safety doesn't. Our responsibility in Black women's safety isn't on us to protect our partner generally. It's not just us that's going to have that responsibility.
For sure.
We have to realize that, honestly, statistically, the safety from a partner in America is that you're actually less safe from your partner generally.
Whoa, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Somebody else get off script?
Yeah.
He was kind of meandering a bit. I would have wanted to hear it a little more direct, but he got around to it. Right? All right. I would have appreciated the BGS version of that statement, though. Now, how would you have said that differently, sir?
You notice there's a correlation between the increase of black men's lifespan and marriage rate going down.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
I said, the correlation between the average lifespan of a black man and the marriage rate going down, right?
Oh, break that down, please.
In other words, basically, the average lifespan of a black man increased about 5-6 years, man, is over the last starting in the 1980s. As the marriage rate went down, okay, black men's lifespan started going up.
But wait a minute, weren't we told that marriage increases the life expectancy of men?
Except for who?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Except for they did a study. They did 2 studies on that. Okay. It benefits everybody else except for black men.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Wow.
So the safety has to come from how you build an accountability outside of that relationship, outside of that family. What is that village you're building, right? And so I'm interested. I'm listening. So I'm just gathering information. I have a lot. Well, I'm saying both of y'all. Jump in there. How are y'all thinking beyond I'm gonna protect my partner? Because I think that there's a value in that. I think there's a value in I'm gonna protect my partner. Ain't nothing gonna happen to my partner. At the end of the day, though, when you have such big systems that are targeting you and doing their best to pull y'all apart, doing their best to divide y'all and pit y'all against each other, you can't depend on. And that's something that we're taught. Masculinity is how powerful we can be and how we can protect what we own and what we, you know what I'm saying? That is not what protection is. That's not what safety is. So I'm thinking about, outside of that, how do y'all think about safety outside of just I'm the protector? You know what I'm saying? How do we build that?
the thing that pops into my head right now as we're having this conversation is this, like, the system is capitalism, and what that looks like is we're talking about therapy, which I think is very important, but we don't think about the colonial aspect of therapy, which I mentioned in our conversation earlier, and how capitalism and this individualistic view of our responsibility as well is tied to breaking up of our communities. You talk about a village. So when we're thinking about our families, like you as a father, I'm not a dad, I don't have any children, I don't plan on it.
I hope not.
When people think, okay, I have a family and I'm raising my children, it's like mom, dad, kids, and we forget like that is a lot of pressure, and it's not supposed to be that way.
Right.
I think it's supposed to be a community of people that are helping each other, and we have not created that community. It's just like, I'm over here with my family here, I'm over there with my family there, and there's no communication. And I think that's ultimately something that's really important, is us being able to come together and create from there, create the community where everyone has a responsibility to them.
You know, I'm curious. I have an idea about this, but I'd love to hear your opinion on this. The death of the extended family in the Black community.
Right.
Is a discussion I don't hear enough of. When in your assessment, when do you think that started?
Oh, it basically started it began with the Great Migration. Okay, when Black people moved from the urban communities to the from the rural communities to the urban communities. That's when it started. That's when it started to break up.
Yeah.
In fact,
because everybody couldn't go.
Because everybody couldn't go, and then urban communities are not conducive to an extended family. Okay, where rules are, because it's very hard to live in the same place in a big city. Yeah. So
particularly if you talking about projects, but yeah.
Well, projects, apartments, houses. Okay, it's very it's very hard to have an extended family when you have to move and live 5-10 miles away instead of in the same neighborhood as an extended family.
Yeah.
And that, in fact, that's what they said as far as the extended family extended family in the Kerner Commission. That's what they talked about. That's what caused the not only break up the extended family, but also the family itself, is because what kept the nuclear family in the Black community strong is the extended family. And once that started breaking up, that pattern broke up, and then so did the nuclear family.
I think to me, I saw it reach a crescendo with the death of Big Mama.
Okay.
Now, we're speaking in narratives, right? Big Papa then already died.
Yeah.
10, if not 20 years before Big Mama, and she had Big Mama's house. But what I noticed is when Big Mama died, the kids fought over the property. I saw the disillusion of a lot of extended families at that point.
Right.
One sibling stealing from the others, getting in terms of the Big Mama stuff, all that kind of stuff. But at the fall or the end of that dynamic, that's when I saw a diffusing of Black families. And I wish I could say I only saw it here or there, but I can't. When you hear about the death of boomers, the last ones who were able to buy a house big enough for a family.
Okay.
And then people fought over, because remember when my grandmother and grandfather bought their house, it was probably worth, I don't know, $15,000.
Right.
At the end of it, I think it was over $600.
Yeah.
600.
Yeah. That's about right.
Fought over the sale. They fought over the jewelry, and they fought over everything. And then after which there was so much bad blood. It was a separation. I saw it in my wife's family, saw it in mine, saw it in a number of more. It's similar dynamic that plays out each time, but that's just me. I'm just curious to know if that's something you've seen.
Oh, it's basically you can actually see it from one generation to the next. Like my grandmother had 9 kids, my mother had 5. I unfortunately had 3. My sisters had none, and then now, except for my son, my son's got 2. And basically, my daughters have 1 each. Grade over time.
Well, here we go.
And they're all isolated. Go ahead.
And what?
And they're all even though we have a broad extended family, they're isolated.
They're isolated.
Yeah.
When's the last time you guys had a family reunion the way you used to?
Ooh, the last time I had a family, it's been a lot. God, it's got to be. The extended family it's been, you know, the family here in Los Angeles, it's been like maybe a year or two. But the thing is, the broader family has been 15 years. I think the last time.
I'm talking about the ones where 300, 400 people may show up.
Oh yeah, that's been about 15 years, 15, 20 years. Because a lot of the older folks, like the silent generation, are, I think my mother's the last of her, one of the last of her siblings. So most of those people, the silent generation, are gone.
Right.
You know, all we have left is boomers, and some of the boomers are gone. So.
Yeah, some of the boomers are gone. Gen X is moving into elder status.
Yes.
But I'm, you know, when it comes to those kind of markers of extended family reunions, you know, family properties, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
A severe drop in that. One comes down to people fighting over inheritance, really.
It does. I've seen that. I always said, blood is thicker than water, but it's not thicker than money.
Yeah. But and I'm not saying those are the only factors, but I'm just saying I'm observing how often this is happening and to what extent.
Right.
And it seems to be pretty widespread. I mean, you know, when I was a kid, family reunions were common. You could even go to your friend's family reunion and it would be bustling with people. But yeah, I don't hear about that much. But anyway, here we go.
Each other.
Our natural ways have been dismantled.
Real quick, do you have examples of what that looks like in your life?
Give me a more specific question. Sorry.
If it's not, you think about it, but just like what that protection, what that looks like. You talked about colonial effect on therapy. Yeah. Now I know that, to me, I'm like, hell yeah, talk about the colonial therapy.
Like,
but I also don't. I know that a lot of people don't know what the hell that means, right?
I'm saying, like, when you think about therapy and when you're going,
and I'm not asking you necessarily about that. I'm asking you generally what that protection and that outside help and such looks like in your life.
Like growing up, I'll use my life as an example. Obviously, I grew up with both my parents, my mom and my dad. From the outside, it would look very traditional, but my mom was the one that was really holding everything down. My dad was very supportive with me when it came to providing monetarily. He also was the one that had a more formal education, so he was able to help me when I needed help with schoolwork. But when it came to my care, it was my mom that was there. And then I noticed the way that he behaved, or like his behavior around women, and how he was with my mom, how he was with his sisters and his mother, and how he was with me. So I'm, as a trans person and as being his daughter and his little girl at the time.
Wow.
He treated me with such care, and it was the complete antithesis in the way that he treated my mother and the way that he treated his sister. So it was interesting to see him treat my mom like shit. And then be like, no, but my sister's like, I'll kill somebody if someone mess with my sister. I'll kill somebody if someone mess with my mother. I'm like, why don't you bring that same energy to my mother?
Okay. I've been telling people for the last decade now, I can't always tell anymore. When it comes to trans, when I was a kid, you could, when I was younger,
you could tell. Yeah.
You could tell. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea. So that aside, what I find interesting is we're talking about the contempt that he's seen a certain generation of men pay to the women, his father in regard to his mother. Okay. All right.
In other words, that's the epitome of a matriarchy, right? You care more for your mother and your sister than you do for your wife.
Yes.
Yes.
When is the contempt for the father or the brother checked in the Black community? Is it?
No.
And we see again. I don't have a problem if you want to have a discussion about the contempt men have for. I will say this: the only problem I have is since the 1980s, I've heard these kind of discussions happening rampantly. I mean, I've heard it in college, hell, even high school. We used to constantly have these discussions about how men treat women. I don't think I've ever once seen a conversation that was held about how women treat men, especially in regard to abuse, especially in regard to mistreatment. You know, growing up in a contemptuous environment where the women had contempt for the men, I don't think I've ever seen that conversation happen in the ways that men were expected to have them. Right? These kind of roundtables were pretty common from the 1980s forward.
Right.
Men, it was regular practice for men. Really, they're almost humiliation rituals, they're intellectual humiliation rituals. Because you had to get up and basically almost kind of outprove or outdo the man next to you about how much deference you can pay to women. But there was never a moment where we actually talked about how the women's contempt for men in the family played out. Right? That part of the discussion didn't happen. I remember this gentleman that passed on. He was a faculty member at Fresno State. And I remember I said something online about that. and this was probably over 12 years ago. And
Right.
his first response was, you know, I haven't thought about this in over 50 something years. He said, but you're right. He said, I remember when my grandmother would pull a rifle out on my grandfather
Mhm.
and start shooting at him
Mhm.
whenever she got upset with him in an argument.
Mhm.
And I thought that was really interesting. He said, but the interesting thing to me was, he said, I haven't thought about that in over 50 years until you raised the question
Right.
about contempt for men and families from women.
Mhm.
And he said, it hasn't dawned on me. But if I'd asked him how many of these discussions he's participated in or heard about, I wouldn't be surprised if he couldn't remember just how many, because there were so many.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about the reverse. We don't talk about how that goes both ways. We are comfortable with labeling men as hating women.
Right.
And that's it.
Yeah.
He talked to my mother like she wasn't shit. It's like, okay.
Mhm.
I'm not doubting that may have happened. You know how many of us in the Black community saw our mothers talk about our fathers like they weren't shit?
Constantly. Okay, but the thing is, that's what mom's supposed to do, because it's always Jermaine's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not going to get to that, right? So
Mhm.
okay. All right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So,
Branch off of that? Oh, wait. Don't
I mean, and so when in my process, like in my
Shit, his beard is better than mine. Anyway, beard is clean, boy. I had no idea, boy.
Better drugs.
Better drugs for real.
I transition, and when I started thinking about how I wanted to show up as a man in this world, it was like I wanted to borrow that softness that he embodied when he was interacting with other women in his family, but not the way that he treated my mother, and what that partner violence looked like, and why. So I started to question what was his view of my mother, because clearly he didn't see her as family.
How come
Not really. He saw her as an incubator that gave birth to his child that he now loves and cares for. And then he has his sisters and his mother that he also cares for and wants to protect. But
You know how many men are seen as nothing but sperm donors and ATM machines?
Mm-hmm.
What we used to call it, unpaid bodyguards, unpaid workmen, where the expectation is you're going to come in, take out trash, change light bulbs, fix broken items, and these are all assumptions that are tied to manhood that go along with it. And if taken too far, which I think happens quite a bit, they can become objectifying, where you become a living symbol of a sperm donor or of an ATM machine, of a laborer, of a bodyguard. This kind of dehumanization that this person is talking about, it happens to men. And I would have no problem with a discussion like this if there were enough discussions about the opposite, but there aren't. I grew up seeing these as the default, and then we saw them on talk shows in the 1980s and 90s. These discussions became normalized in the talk show culture. We rarely saw a discussion, and it was mainly because they were catering to women. You know, starting in the 1970s, the women doubled the workforce. By the time you get to the 80s and 90s, people are capitalizing off of a new demographic that has resources, has dollars. And women respond to media more so than men. So it's not an accident that those talk shows and all that culture fixated on abusive men, because that brought women in higher numbers. But we confuse that with men are monsters and women would never do these kinds of things. It was interesting. This person is talking about capitalism because that's precisely what shaped a lot of this focus on Jermaine.
On Jermaine, yeah.
It's cost effective.
All the women that he would be engaged sexually with were just that. There were things that I would get pleasure, and it can make me a meal, and that was that.
Personally, I grew up with all women. Like, single parent home, had no grandparents except my grandmother, no grandfather. Both had passed away before I was born. Father wasn't around. And
didn't I just talk about Big Papa?
Yep.
Didn't I just say Big Papa died 10, 20 years before Big? Tell me I'm fantasizing about this shit. No, most people don't even know their grandfather's first name. Lucky if his picture's still in the house. And anyway, here we go.
Taking care of everybody. So I've always conceded power to women. That's been my nature. I've been my nature and my nurture is because
that's what you were taught. That's why you're sitting on this panel. You were not a good man until you had learned effectively to give your power to any woman, really.
That's all that was there. So for my journey,
I was in autobiographies trying to figure out where's a man and who can teach me how to do it. What does it look like? I'm looking to Sam Davis Jr. and Sidney Poitier and anybody's got autobiography about whatever, Bill Cosby, only to get that dream shattered. You know what I mean? I think a lot of men who've grown up in those environments are trying to figure out how to hold themselves accountable while also holding themselves hostage, right? I was trying to take up for my father not being there. I was trying to take up for my grandfather's not being there, overcompensating, and not.
You learn to apologize to the women for the men they were frustrated at.
Wow. Okay.
While those women tried to make you into the men they wished that they had, right? They tried to turn you into the guy they believed men should be, which usually didn't exist. But you just got a lot of pressure to apologize as a child for what you were told took place with those men. One of the things I can definitely say about us growing up with women, we were told how the men frustrated them. We were told about the abuse. We were told about drugs. We were told about a lot of things. It's not until you go sit down with that man as a grown man yourself where you start to really find out what you weren't told. So when you're raised like this and you're told to apologize for the behavior of the men that these women are frustrated about, you're not told their contribution to that failed relationship. You're not given that side of the dynamic. And we're taught to ignore it as if it doesn't exist. But when you sit down with that man and find out, often you walk away learning something you weren't told.
Yep.
And to be told, if you were in the same situation or something similar, you would find that no matter how well you navigated it, the story she gets to tell the kids when you're not there will paint you in the same light as your fathers and grandfathers.
Exactly. Yep.
Necessarily knowing exactly what my place and my position was. So I think a lot of, I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of black men just don't know when they say be a man, what does that mean? Yeah. And not even what does that mean? That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman.
That's true.
So I think a lot of it is both.
That is true.
It's double dutching. It's like, how do I give myself enough grace while also pushing myself and challenging myself to learn and listen and hear? And like I said, like there's not a single same perspective. It's all different. It's all different. We're all figuring it out. I think that's just, like I say, it's like how much grace can we give ourselves? How can we hold ourselves accountable without the guilt and the shame kicking in? Because once guilt and shame will do a whole lot. Guilt and shame will freeze you up. Guilt and shame will keep you from actually sitting in a space that actually is safe. You don't know that it's safe because you're so used to putting on. It's just, I think it's that, it's having space to even do this.
I agree with elements of his question. I actually like a portion of it. Can you give yourself grace? I have no problem with that question. I'm glad he said it, because that's one of the things that I want black men listening to this channel to be able to do. Can you give yourself, can you attain peace of mind? Can you give yourself grace for not being able to meet the sometimes fantastical expectations of others, especially in regard to what they say a man is supposed to do?
Right.
Can you give yourself grace? I think that was an excellent question. Now, what he's attaching to it, I still don't know yet. But at least that question unto itself, I'm all for.
Yeah.
I don't want men to leave my channel just, walking away pissed at women. I really don't, because there's a point where that becomes acidic in yourself. Because the more you learn about what the fuck was done to you, you're gonna get pissed off. I want brothers to get past the red pill rage of it. I want you to be able to, and this is something you used to talk about a lot. And probably still do, but just understanding female nature.
That's and being understanding and sometimes even indifferent to it.
And so you're not quite as frustrated at its presentation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I want black men in particular to be able to give themselves grace and have peace of mind, knowing that you don't have to be what these people tell you you're supposed to be because it serves their financial ends or whatever other ends they have. You don't have to do any of that performative shit. You get to be who you choose to be. And if the environment is so sickening in terms of what it is you're looking for, you have every right to either withdraw from it, go elsewhere to find what you want. You have the right to do so. And this is not what we were taught growing up.
No.
That's what these men are grappling with. We were taught to serve her. And I'm saying, you know what? You have every right to make your own choice. And if it brings you peace of mind, goddamn it, do it. That's what I want. I want, that's one of the things that I've tried to unknowingly, address in some of my programming. I don't want men to stay in a position of frustration. I want you to get female nature. I want you to be able to become indifferent to its manipulative tactics when they present themselves. And I want you to walk away with peace of mind.
Yeah.
I really do. More than anything else, I do. My mission early on for the first number of years was to create a vocabulary on this channel for men to articulate themselves.
Right.
I think, and I've been telling you for the last few years, I haven't figured out what mission I wanted to take on now, but I think I've figured it out. I want my channel to be a space where brothers can find the means to develop peace of mind and give themselves grace for how we've been manipulated and exploited and taken advantage of. I want us to find that.
For whatever reason, I don't know why black men don't think they have a right to be happy.
Yes. Because we were never taught that was a priority. Yeah. We were taught that her happiness was the priority.
It was priority, yes.
When's the last time your family member sat you down and told you what your rights were in a relationship as a young man? No, I'm serious. I'm asking the fellas in the chat. When did you get sat down as a youth where you were told that this is what you were supposed to get out of a relationship? This is what she was supposed to do for you in a relationship.
They tell you children first, that woman second, and you last. That's what you're taught.
And you last didn't even come with anything clarifying. Like, what exactly do you get?
Yeah, whatever's left, if anything.
And I think many men to this day have trouble articulating what it is they actually need. Because we were never taught we were supposed to have needs, or that we could have them, or what they should be.
Yeah.
Women
black women getting upset over coffee dates for the first date.
Yes.
Like, I don't know you.
Man, I'm seeing women who are upset if he's not helping to pay her rent within 2 weeks of meeting her.
Yes.
Those are the social expectations of the day.
They want white privileges before you even marry.
Yes. But when you ask what I get out of this, you get me.
Doc, I know you like me. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that.
Yeah. And so I want brothers to know you have every right to find your happiness, your contentment, and BGS talks about those two things as two separate things. So, look for his shows where he breaks that down. But my point is, you have every right to pursue that and make it a priority. We're just not told that that's what we have the right to do. Here we go. Let's see.
Yeah. This is village.
Yeah, and accountability, like you said, giving yourself that grace, and then understanding when it's like, all right, tighten up.
All
right, it's sometimes, and then educating yourself. A lot of us, we don't remember to read, right? Y'all remember them posters that they used to say read, and you got your celebrity on there, and you don't even see them posters no more, right? You don't even see things to really push each other, right? Educate. So the more we can kind of educate ourselves, and like you said, to your point, to the village, right? Understanding that it's there, it's obtainable, right? I just shot a movie in Nickerson Gardens, and I'm like, yo, all these kids in the project still got villages that we are taking away. You try to get away from the, it's tough times in the black neighborhood. It's like, man, these kids still out here playing. They still out here having a good time, right? And understanding like why or what that is for certain communities and why it's necessary for them. They don't got nobody else. So they got to send their kids outside to say, hey, can you watch my kid today for a second? I got to go to work, whatever. So sometimes you get above yourself and think, I don't need nobody. I done made enough money. I can pay for this nanny over here. Rather than being like, oh, no, Luke, you want your kid to come hang out with my kid today? And then we go do this, all right, cool, we hang out. Remembering that it's all there and it's obtainable, but sometimes we push it away ourselves too,
Something that I really do think about when we thinking about power, right? Because I think we misunderstand power. We've been taught all types of false definitions and notions of power. And a lot of the time, the way that we understand power is really abuse, right? It's like we bully each other. We abuse our power over each other and say things that we're not supposed to. We bully or abuse our power over women. We abuse our power over kids. You know what I'm saying?
I can't tell you how many years I've heard these self-deprecating conversations as somehow supposed to be representative of emotionally stable, conscious black men. I can't. This at least I've seen this since high school. I mean, this kind of self-deprecating shit is so consistently the same, and yet I've rarely seen women urge to have roundtable discussions where they hold themselves accountable for their treatment of men and boys. I've rarely seen it, man. And it's interesting to me that I'm not saying they're reinventing this for 2026, but it does seem like they've kind of pulled it out of the bin and dusted it off, and they're trying to reintroduce it. It's interesting. I'm like, man, this was the narrative I grew up with. Fall on your sword for her.
Yeah. Still saying it.
Yeah.
Still saying it. That's what they're doing right now. Falling your sword.
Falling on their swords, and they're wondering why young men are not being drawn to this. How many young men are in here under 20 years old watching? I mean, in this discussion at the round table, for that matter. You got any teenagers in there? It's not happening, man. These young men are not following the script, not to the same degree. It's not happening like that.
A lot of the time, that's what we see. And I want to know just a simple question. When we're thinking about, I think with the opposite of abuse, when we think about love, and love can be powerful, love can be extremely powerful. What does it mean to love Black women? And I want y'all to think about, because you was talking about what did you say? Accountability. Holding ourselves accountable while holding ourselves hostage.
Trying to hold ourselves accountable without holding
ourselves. Talking about parents and all type. So I'm just we can tie all of that shit in. It's not a limited conversation, but just thinking about just first to introduce it into like, what does it mean to love Black women?
Well, I mean, I got a perspective about love. One perspective about love. I think that love is uncontrollable. I think it's spontaneous. I think in its rarest form, you cannot contain it. And I think that's the first part. I think it belongs to everybody, and how it's received and how it's received is not up to you. But it's how you give it is up to you, but I think it's first there, understanding what the power of love really is. Because I think everybody has their perspective of what love is in my household. What love is with my woman.
Right.
As opposed to.
Well, I'll ask a question about love. Is it reciprocal?
Okay.
I'm just curious. Is it reciprocal, or is it just what you do for her? So that we just passed Valentine's Day. Right? How much of Valentine's Day was about women showing how much they love and appreciate their men?
Even with the video you showed about them blowing out those candles, those two women probably married. Okay, what do they say about their husbands? Yeah.
And the one that was married that we know of, how long is it going to be before those friendships begin to impact her relationship? I'll tell you that right now.
If she's there blowing out candles on TikTok, it already is.
It already is. But at the end of the day, I'm just asking a simple question. I think it's interesting, coincidentally, that we just passed Valentine's Day. How much of it was about showing love and affection for men? Hell, Father's Day is no longer about men.
It's even worse. Okay.
It's not even about men anymore. Mother's Day is about women. Father's Day is no longer about men. So I'm just curious, does Valentine's Day apply to men?
Yeah, and basically, Father's Day is becoming Single Mother Day.
Exactly.
Rename it.
Yeah, exactly. It's becoming Single Mother's Day, and women are fighting over Father's Day.
They are.
And I'm asking, now we've seen a shift in how Father's Day has been regarded in the last 34 years, but I'm asking, has Valentine's Day shifted, or has it always been more about servicing women?
Well, Valentine's Day has always been about servicing women.
And what exactly is stopping women from actually standing up and saying, you know what, we want to make this more about reciprocation. We want to show our love for our men. When have you seen such a movement?
Never. Okay.
Now, before I hear from women that say, oh, there's not enough men, we don't like the one. No, I'm talking about people in relationships who are happy to be in relationships, who are happily married. When do you even hear about those relationships honoring and loving on their men? It's not real. Even the industries around it are all tied to pleasing women.
Yeah, well, this I don't know what it is. This last Valentine's Day had so many women on social media talk about they damn near wanted to kill themselves because they didn't have a Valentine.
They didn't, because they didn't have a Valentine's, right?
Because they didn't have a Valentine.
So it's a problem for women who aren't in relationships, but even the ones that are in relationships. I'm waiting to see the cigar shops get as much revenue as the flower shops. How about that? When I see that, then I'll know there's something going on. But I don't see it happening. So this notion of love that he's talking about, see, this is where the conversation gets a bit disingenuous, and you need more men in the room who are willing to speak full-throatedly about what's not being said. How is it that love has become a one-way dynamic from men to women, but we cannot have a conversation about reciprocity? What is her role in this? How does she love on him? I've had too many relationships where her idea of loving on me is not arguing with me for a day.
With serious value in that, but yeah.
I'd be in relationships where I remember I would spend money on birthday gifts, and we go deep in our pockets.
The only thing you do for me is shut the fuck up, huh?
No, man. I'm thinking of relationships where she went into, how Walmart used to have a $2.99. She give me like two DVDs for $2.99 from Walmart,
and a pack of underwear.
I mean, I'm being facetious, but that actually happened. But I'm saying when I have to, it's the social expectation that I am supposed to go deep into my pocket.
And validate her.
And validate her. But there's no reciprocity in that regard.
No.
Don't come home to a 90-inch television that she paid for because she just wants to show me she loves it. I'm not saying that gifts need to just be about the financial, but if it's not about that, okay, well, what did you make some artwork for me? What? Well, no. You know what I hear brothers say on Valentine's? She sits back, you bring her gifts, you take her out, you do things with her. That's Valentine's Day.
That's Valentine's Day. Basically, it is.
Most women I've run into, if you ask them when's the last time they got a Valentine's gift for their men, they'll look at you.
Okay.
I mean, hey, man, you interact with more women than I do. You tell me, have you run across a lot of women that brag about the kind of gifts they bring their men to show them they love them?
I used to, but recently, no.
See, I didn't even used to, so I'm away at that.
It used to be a big thing. There's two days you didn't actually want to go to a restaurant. It's Valentine's Day and Mother's Day. Impossible to get a seat. But
I didn't see women taking their men out for Valentine's Day.
No. Oh no. A woman paying on Valentine's Day? Are you kidding? She'd never be able to face her friends again.
No.
What does love mean to her? What does that mean to you? I'll tell you what it means to me, and you tell me what it means to you, and let's find our way to middle ground of some sort. I think it's there. It's just trying to understand what that is, because everybody throws that shit around. It's popular, makes a lot of money. It's nice. Everybody wants it. Everybody's fighting for a variation of it.
Right.
It's trying to understand what that is, and I just think that love is not a thing that we can control. It just is. First.
I see this head nod going. I like that. Go ahead. I like it.
I'm going to combine like a couple of different topics, and it won't be in any chronological order, so just bear with me. One thing that conscious will talk about is pandering, and me as a Black gay man, for me, love shows up as different. There's no sex attached to my care for Black women. So I would say for me as a child, one of the strongest women that were in my life was my grandmother. She was someone who, she loved me with everything. She was someone who made sure that whenever I walk into a room, know that, I'm not trying to sound cocky or nothing, but eyes will be on you. People will be listening to you. Whatever you want to be in your life, you can be, whether that be a president, a CEO, whether you own your own business, whether you be a millionaire, anything you want to do, you can do. And with that, my grandmother was someone, she was a banker. She was someone who, she helped her community. All the people from Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, North Little Rock, Arkansas, she knew all the millionaires. She knew all the business owners. She told people yes, no. She ran her bank. She ran her branch. She had people pull guns out on her and try to rob her. That same woman who left work, she was someone who raised two strong sons. My father's a federal investigator. My uncle, my late uncle, he was a manager of the VA for the suicide unit. She was someone who raised strong Black men. And the same Black men that she supported, the same Black man that she fed that was also her husband, be the same people that put their thumb on their motherfucking head. So what I'm trying to say is someone who can be...
Thumb on it, what?
The thumb on their head. It's just like the white man puts the boot on their neck. In other words, thumb on their head, basically. They're talking about violence.
I haven't heard that term used like that. Okay.
So strong. We also live where we're in a community where traditionally, once a white man took his thumb off of us, a lot of us put our thumb on the woman.
On the woman. That's what
so one thing that you talked about.
So this goes back to, where I like to start it with is Tommy Curry's The Man Not.
Mhm.
And he talks about this basic assumption, and you still hear it. It's really interesting. You still hear it. The basic assumption that black men wanted to do what white men did.
Yes.
So to what extent that we could not do that in society, we happily turned it around on our women.
Yes.
This is a popular feminist trope about black men. And he does a great job of debunking it in The Man Not. This desire for black men to emulate white men.
Mhm.
It's a constant argument that we've heard for decades. And he's reframing that or reintroducing that same argument in this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I find it interesting.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Well, the thing is, that's what that was fed to the black one by the white women. The white feminists back in 1850.
I'm sorry, you breaking up.
Same thing that the white feminists fed to black women back in 1850. Okay, and then Pauli Murray fed it, and Eleanor Roosevelt fed it to them again in 1960. Okay, about the matriarchy and black men being a patriarch and going to be abusive toward them and stuff like that. So that stuff never ended, and then it reemerged back again with intersectional feminism again in the mid 1980s with the color purple.
Yeah, it was codified with Mr. Yeah,
codified with Mr.
Yeah, now we had a visual of it. So we're not going to ask how many misters there were that owned a big house and a big farm and had wives that they were flushing in and out like toilet paper. We're not going to look at the historical accuracy of that. But the Mr. is a comfortable narrative of black men who wanted to be like white slave owners, not just white men.
Right.
They wanted to be like white slave owners and enslave black women. And I think it became such a popular trope that nobody even questions it. And I think that's what's dangerous about what he's reintroducing in this discussion. He's taking it back to 1983. This is an old argument that is functionally denigrating black men.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. The people forget that Mr. bought Celie from her stepfather.
Yeah, it was slavery.
It's slavery. Yeah, it's slavery.
I think it's casually remembered more for abusive.
Yeah.
But really, you're right. The context was really slavery.
Slavery, yeah. Because he needed a woman to take care of his house and his kids, so he bought her. And what did he say? I can't let you have the younger one, but I can't let you have this one.
It's like your dad and how you treated your mother. I feel like one privilege it is to not be gay. Not gonna lie, I love being gay. Like, whether it's not a choice, it's not a choice. But in my life, what I feel is, it was karma for the straight men, and also like to reject what patriarchy and masculinity look like, because I had to choose how I'm going to live my life. So, how you were talking about how your dad, he was real good with his mom, he was real good with his sisters. Yes, a lot of men, they just live based off of the moral code. You don't even know what your own motherfucking morals are. Right. A lot of you just want to have children because that's what you're taught to. You didn't get no education. You're not saying you have to get education. You have no craft. You have no skill. So all you can do is really just have fun and have children. Nigga, fuck you. And then another thing that I want to say is too, a lot of people, when I said having accolades and things like this, a lot of my friends, and especially when moving to Houston, I have such a respect because in Arkansas, a lot of people had kids by the time that they were my age, or 26. Majority of my friends, they're between 29 to 30 to 40, beautiful women, well into the careers, clocking 200,000 plus. My allyship to them is supporting them whenever we're out. I am a protector. There's a big kind of conversation about gay men don't want to be treated as poodles or whatever. Realistically, I'm 6'2", I'm 200 pounds, 215. If a motherfucker step up to my friends, I'm going to defend them. I feel like my presence as a black gay man is to use my masculinity, me being a man, is to not only allow myself, vertical, promotion within life. I don't know how to coin that the right way, but also bring up my sisters with me. And that can be whether it's education, go and get that education, whether it's in careers, because black women are the smartest group in America. They're also the most underpaid. If you want that money, ask for it. Whenever you go to the interview, let them know what you want. And the same thing as far as a job, how you can switch out a job is no different than a man. And how we're talking about the moral basis of, I don't want to lose my track. The moral basis of people not knowing themselves and having babies, a lot of men don't got shit to contribute. If you can't even commit marriage to a motherfucking woman, what makes you think that she wants to commit to having a baby? That 9 to 10 months, that can fuck up that whole baby's life.
So why does she have a baby?
What is he talking about?
he, he, he's babbling. Okay, the thing is, he's talking about he doesn't do the traditional black masculinity, but everything you just said was traditional black masculinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Protecting, helping her.
Yeah.
Rise up in the company. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
You're denouncing it and performing it at
the same time. Yeah.
But I think the subtext is that black gay men are better men for black women than straight black men. This is what I think he's trying to go to with this, is that black straight men do not have the proper kind of love and support. They don't provide it.
They don't provide the same kind of protection and support that black gay men do.
Right. And because the love is sexless in terms of the actual act of sex, it's somehow more pure. Right? There's all these little digs. And he came with his little tirade of them, so they're all kind of connected and they're kind of micro digs. So I'm just listening to them, I'm like, okay, So you trying to prove that you can outdo straight men in terms of appreciating and worshiping black women, while not holding those women accountable. And,
like if the guy don't have money, don't have a job, and can't support a child, why is that woman having a child for that man?
But see, we're not allowed to talk about her role in that decision making. It's only about his role in it. And now in the kind of context we're in post 1970s, as far as birth control is concerned,
right?
Who has greater control over one's reproductive capabilities, men or women? There's I mean, really, I guess we could say condom technology has advanced in the last 50 years. I mean, those magnums are much more comfortable. But what other than that, what are we talking about?
Yeah, they were trying to get black women not to use abortion, birth control for decades.
Your mic is doing something weird.
I was saying they've been trying to get black women not to use birth control, abortion as birth control for decades. Okay, instead of taking your birth control, taking your pill, whatever method you want to do, they're going raw and actually using abortion as birth control.
Yeah, that's definitely been going on, and that was happening long before Plan B. But what I'm hearing though is that we're comfortable with placing the onus of unexpected pregnancies on men,
right?
But again, we're not allowed to critique women. It's so much so that we're going to act like they have no role in it. You just it's almost a low level statement that sex in and of itself is somehow inherently predatory as far as men are concerned, in the sense that if there's an unwanted pregnancy that comes about, this is the result of his poor decision making, whereas her involvement in this is somehow there's no place for it, and we can't hold her accountable in the discourse.
Right.
It's just about him.
Right.
And I wish I could say this conversation was as because they're trying to frame it as this is a black men's roundtable.
Right.
But this is what we hear in the mainstream as far as where black feminism has taken the discussion of gender dynamics in the black community. You see it in films, you see it in TV shows and media, you hear it in classrooms.
Right.
This is required reading and consumption in universities. I bet you this roundtable has become required material in a classroom somewhere in America, particularly in a Black studies or Black feminist studies framework.
Oh, it has. It has.
This has been the standard for what we consider Black gender discourse in the Black community for the last 40, 50 years. This is it. The only difference is it's a room full of men, but they're being, as long as they're being deferential to women, they're allowed to speak, as long as they don't go too far off script. This is why even when I was doing my doctorate, I saw a cadre of us that were trained to be good feminists, but
allies.
What'd you
allies, huh?
No, yeah, but we were very particularly trained.
Yes.
You only, and you had to do it word for word. You only recited back what you read from Black feminists. Anything other than that, you shut your pie hole and you didn't say anything. You didn't push back. You didn't raise questions. That's what it meant to be a good ally. But there was never any reciprocity. There was never any emphasis on what exactly Black men are vulnerable to, because that in and of itself was seen as a low-level framework for some type of misogyny, shifting the conversation and centering Black men that was seen as a problem. So even if the statistics on whatever the subject of the debate was, the statistics showed that Black men suffered from it more, you still had to ignore that. And if you brought it up, it was a problem.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially if you're the professor, you get brought into the dean's office, right?
Oh yeah. You definitely could. But what would happen, especially if you were in grad school, you might find yourself unable to graduate, unable to put together a thesis or dissertation committee. Or if you were able to put one together, you were told who you could have, who you could reference, right? Who you could cite from, and who you couldn't. And if there were certain names in there, you either had to remove them, or the subtext, the subtle under the table statement was you wouldn't graduate.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many young men have reached out to me in the last decade because they couldn't graduate because their dissertation committee member, who was usually a feminist, wouldn't approve of who they wanted to cite. The process of it's one of the reasons why there's so many academics that think along these lines. It's because the ones who didn't were washed out.
They were weeded out. Yeah,
they were weeded out. There was that mechanism was extremely potent and powerful and consistent. Right.
Yeah.
Not only did you have more black, I think it was over 20,000 more black women at the faculty level than black men.
Yeah.
But feminism, white and black, has pretty much gone unchecked. I mean, it's almost like a religion. There's really not a lot of pushback to the point where most women's studies departments are primarily feminist in their orientation. Whereas in any field of study, you would have a variety of conflicting ideas that would go back and forth, not just amongst feminists, but there would be a variation of others and so on. A lot of it is kind of just sandwiched in and collapsed onto itself to where it's almost a one-dimensional conversation. So that being said, when you're a man who starts to question these gender dynamics, you are washed out quickly if you can't get on board and play your role.
Feminism is the new church for black women. Sometimes you black men. Yeah,
absolutely. And for black men trying to advance, you had to be able to show that you could dance, that you could play your role. And this is one of the issues that's been taking place, that they pushed out so many black men. But in the last year, right, we've started to see a pushback against this. We've started to see a silencing, of course, of a sort for a certain type of feminist discourse in the academy. A lot of this, I think, had to do with the conservative pushback against DEI and so on and so forth. There's a kind of silencing that's been taking place. And so we're just kind of watching to see where this goes and how it impacts us. But I think the resources that have, subsidized a lot of this have been cut.
Yeah, the rules have changed. So
yeah. Shout out to MS Delta. Appreciate that. Generous contribution. Thank you. Hope you're well.
That's that spook that sits by the door.
What's that?
That's that spook that sits by the door.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In Washington, D.C.
There we go.
There
you go.
Not being supported.
Yeah, you can't.
In the same way that she was talking about, asking for that promotion and things like that, because that also, when we're when we're seen as having some more control or power over in a work environment, people aren't going to abuse us as much. People aren't going to, supposedly, right? Where are we advocating? You know what I'm saying? In the same way of like not being prepared for fatherhood, where are we advocating for those black women in the job, in the workplace, and making sure that they are seen in the way that they should be and empowered in the way that they should, in the same way that in fatherhood and outside of fatherhood, when you know that your homie is going to have, is thinking about having kids, when you know that your brother or whoever is thinking about having kids, how are you empowering the mother who could be the mother, and how are you holding your brother or your homie accountable, and what does that even mean?
The same conversation I can say, like, hey, you need to ask for it 150, 200, 175, be the same conversation, like, like, what's he doing?
Right.
And it's like, it might be a conversation. I think also with certain conversations, it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or whatever, you're still a man. Whenever a woman wants to open up and talk to you about certain things, that's when you want to talk about it. Like, you can't be overbearing, because with patriarchy, with masculinity, it's kind of like you trying to talk about something you want to talk about and shouldn't even want to talk about that. That's you exerting your masculinity over somebody. So like, whenever my friends.
Wow. I know you're getting a headache, Doc. I know you're getting a headache.
Shit.
Continuing.
So if you want to talk about what you want to talk about, good Lord. All right.
Holding the men accountable and empowering the women.
Which translates to be deferential at every turn and fall on your sword. If she wants to be the subject, then you had to avoid your attempt at invoking patriarchy and let her change the subject. But you want to add in when it's necessary. Your job is to question how he's behaving. Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is, what happens when she's behaving poorly? So the woman that set her ex-boyfriend's house, her apartment on fire,
right?
As her gay friend,
Mm-hmm.
is it a part of the discourse where you question her behavior and check her for being out of pocket, or is the conversation strictly about how dare he break up with her?
Yeah, how dare he break up with her, and anything she do to actually get back at him is valid.
Which I think was definitely pushed through by Terry McMillan.
Oh yeah,
those films, like, because she did the one with Angela Bassett setting her husband's car
on fire. Yeah,
it popularized the idea that there was no going too far. That as long as a woman's feelings were hurt, she was justified to do whatever she wanted. It popularized that narrative, and from there, I think people began to look at women committing acts of violence as. Again, what's the first thing you hear when you see a news report on a black woman, especially committing an act of violence against her man?
What did he do?
What did he do?
What did he do? Yeah.
I wonder what he did. He probably did this. He probably did that. And it's like, well, okay. So you found out that what he did was break up with her.
Right.
Well, he was probably cruel and abusive. Okay, but you don't know that. What you do know is that he broke up with her. At what point does he deserve to die?
Right.
Let's not get it twisted. You set somebody's house on fire.
Yeah.
Trying to, it's not like spray painting somebody's car, which is bad enough. But when you set their house on fire, you're trying to kill them.
She set a whole apartment building on fire to get to him.
You see that? Yeah.
Not a house, a whole apartment building with other people there. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't care who suffered, who died, because her feelings were hurt. And so you're telling me in your framework that your job as her gay friend is to strictly ask her about his bad behavior.
Right.
While you physically protect her from male threat, you help her advance her career, and you defer to whatever she wants to talk about, so you're not invoking patriarchy.
Right.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And at 6'2", 215, you're supposed to protect them.
You're supposed to protect them.
What do they call it? Pit bullying?
It definitely is. He's definitely handing her a leash. He is. But what I'm saying is there's no point in the discussion where holding her accountable is part of your definition of friendship. If I'm talking to my boy and he's about to go out and do something that could hurt others or himself, part of my love for my brother is to say, hey man, let's slow that down. Let's talk.
Let's talk. Yeah.
Talk about this. I had a boy in college who was upset because he was being hyper ticketed on campus.
Oh,
and he came by my dorm and he said, fuck this, I'm pissed, I'm going down there. And he was like, without all the expletives, he was going to go attack one of the cops.
Wow.
So I had to jump in the car, drive down to campus, and literally catch him before he attacked the cop.
Wow. Okay.
And I didn't do it because I was particularly, concerned about the cop's life. I was concerned about his
future. Yeah.
That's my boy. Protection and even checking one another is part of the love you extend for your brothers, for your friends. That's part of the dynamic. What he set up in his definition of allyship and friendship, which I think he kind of tied together, is that, I can't check her because that's patriarchy. She does what she wants. I support her. I step in to ask her how poorly her man is acting.
Yes.
I support her career advancement. I protect her physically, and that's my job. And I shut up before I invoke too much patriarchy.
Everybody, just like mama, everybody wants to know how her man is acting. He's got to be put in check.
He's got to be put in check.
Let's talk about their dating. Majority of my friends are introverts. They're real kind of like to themselves. They don't like to talk about their business. When they do open up, that's when I ask, like, hey, you have X, Y, and Z. Is he providing you what you need? Or is he just a placeholder until that right man comes? So sometimes it will be different. It just depends. Because you got to be the person to say it.
Yeah, I would say too.
You got to go ahead. No, I want to see what you're going to say.
Go
And placeholder might not be the right thing. It might not be the right thing to say, but.
I was just talking about, I'm 70 years old. So I come from a whole nother era than any of you Negroes is talking about. And what I've learned, and I'm not saying I'm right. I think everybody is right. because there's so many levels to this. But most of this was laid on our parents.
Yeah.
My father was born in 1915 and his parents were slaves. Well, his grandparents were slaves. So what I've learned is it's not your mother's fault. It's not your father's fault. It's not your fault. We were born into 450 years of post-slavery PTSD. I am 69, I'll be 70.
You're listening to Dr. Joy DeGroy.
Yeah.
In March, I've just learned how to love. Our parents didn't know how to love. Their parents didn't know how to love. And if I could say anybody maybe had an edge, it was the women. That's why I celebrate Black women. I live with a psychiatrist, forensics detective, gangster, loving Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, who's just been patient with me to teach me how to love. But in closing on this, because I don't want to get too deep, I called my buddy, man. I said, I'm fucking up, bro, really bad. I'm fucking up. So I never been monogamous. So I don't fucking know
what age did you become a monogamous?
Today.
I wasn't ready for that.
I was gonna say a couple years of like today.
He said today.
Oh my goodness.
Negro didn't even say last week, a few months ago, 2 years ago.
I just made up my mind today to be monogamous.
You don't even know it yet. I made that decision here at the table.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, that's classic. That is classic.
Unfiltered.
No, but let me just say what it is. And we don't talk about this. We don't talk about dopamine being in the pleasant center of the brain like we talked about oxytocin is the hormone. It's called the cuddle hormone. So a lot of times we're just talking in generalities. And that's why I think what you said about counseling, because a counselor is going to get inside of this from a real, not even white people perspective, just from a scientific perspective, unless science is not wrong and the brain is not made what it is. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for even being with me, and I said it in my podcast, and I'm gonna say this and stop. I called one of my partners who was brilliant. He said, when you hurt somebody, where you leave them is where they stay. So I think our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, the people that raised us, those men who treated the women outside the house nice, but then put the thumb on the grandmama and put the thumb on the girlfriend or whoever. They are all, it all comes from out of all of that. And I think that's what makes me excited that we're going to bring the women and the uncles and we need to bring them all in here. But go ahead.
The one thing that I just want to talk about in Luke, make sure I say it right, pop this part out. Okay. What Luke brought up was like accountability. Like, yes, we can talk about, what our families did to us, all this, all that, but eventually, and I know white people try and say this and I really don't like that, but eventually comes a point where you have to decide, how do I want to live my life? I haven't talked to my daddy in 6 years. I don't give a fuck about what my family has gone through. I know where I will go. So it's like, you can only say that for so long. Black women are tired and, kind of like putting onto them like, hey, like, you didn't do this entirely, because everybody in here, several people have talked about like, going to counseling. Have that upon yourself. Stop waiting for a woman to tell you what you need to do. Take that upon yourself.
Let me address that real quickly. For me, I didn't know fucking how to
Can I say one more thing? No, I have to say this, because another thing that happens is too, you live your life for so long, and I'm not meaning no disrespect by this.
All right, just say it, bro.
But when you hit your 60s and your 70s, I want to be right.
Okay, but
I want to live my life right. I want someone to take care of me and protect me. And that's what a lot of women have issues with.
I'm living it right the fuck now.
As I said, I said 60s and 70s.
Let me say this.
Don't overtalk me.
I'm gonna fucking overtalk you because you're talking out of
but you're not gonna disrespect me.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I do.
I do. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Oh, I do. I do.
You don't know it, nigga.
I
do. Notice how mama came in the room. Now, I just want to point something out in terms of the physical dynamic of the situation. Who is she pointing to? Who's she raising her hand to?
She's raising her hand to him.
Now, you can go either way with this one, right?
Yeah. Well, she's trying to calm her ally down and telling him to back off.
Well, but again, who is she? Just in terms of her
gesture, yeah.
Who's she fixating on? Right?
Yeah.
This is the dynamic that I think Black straight men have been talking about for the longest, but we can't say publicly.
Right.
The relationship between straight Black women and gay men. And I've always argued that it's tied to an adoration of the feminine.
Yeah, it is.
Gay men are not, characteristically defined as those who have differentiated themselves from femininity. They're closely aligned to it in a very particular way. And in many ways, over the years, have almost kind of worshiped the very idea of the Black feminine. So that tie between them, to me, I've always seen as somewhat kind of vain in a particular way. But that's the linkage between the two that I've always seen. And so they're joined in their disdain for straight Black men. I think on a generational level, for the younger brother, the younger gay cat, I think I think Clifton represents the very men in his family he just got through saying he didn't give a fuck about.
Yeah, he did.
Generationally and in terms of sexuality, Clifton is a reflection of his fathers and uncles who he just bragged about distancing himself from. So am I surprised that those two go at it out of all of the people sitting at that table?
Because in other words, he's protecting who he feels is his, just like his grandmother and his mother.
Yeah. And he's defined the enemy as the same people that his grandmother has defined it. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting connection. And her way of coming in to tamp this down is to go at Clifton.
Yeah.
But let me see the rest of it.
I'm good. You don't know what the fuck it is. I'm living. You can't tell me what the fuck I'm living, nigga. I'm living it right now. You cannot fix no shit that you don't even know what's happening.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
No, but he's generalizing. You can't. No, listen, bro. Let me stop. This is what it is. Let's get to the truth of this shit. You can't fix no shit unless you meet somebody who is on another level to help you elevate to understand. I'm not indicting anybody. I'm telling you what the shit is. You can't fix some shit that you don't know about, bro. You can't. And then you get there at 69 or 70 and say, I thought I was being loving all this time. That's what our parents have gone through, and that's why we all so fucked up right now.
What'd you say?
Yeah, and how is a gay man going to tell how a straight man how to live the heterosexual life? Comment on it. You don't live it. That's what he's saying. How the fuck you gonna tell me about my life? You don't even live it.
Yeah. Did he just get up from the table and walk away?
Yeah, he got up from the table. He had to go cool off.
Okay.
You asked, how do we love Black women? That's right here. Trust Black women and listen to Black women because they know more than we do what it is that they need.
I don't think that's true either.
As men,
there's a lot of Black women who don't know how to love.
I'm not talking about what they know how to love. I'm saying what they need as far as the reproductive.
I get that.
That's what we're talking about right now. Also, if we're going to use our privilege and power as men in society, how do we show up and be accountable? Like you said, the way to be accountable is to dismantle patriarchy, because patriarchy makes it so that men have the power and women do not.
But you can't get there unless you listen to him. We got to go, and you may not agree. You got to go to therapy. I should be in therapy right now. My girl should be in therapy.
All right. There's a lot there. Yeah.
But at least he's being true to himself. That's one thing at least he's doing.
Yeah. And I credit him. He's not. See, I think, a lot of the younger guys were taught and trained on the script. A couple of them have veered from it here and there. Clifton the most, because he's not trained in that. He's trying to be deferential, because he's been taught that this is what it means to be a good man. But he's not. He doesn't have the same script, and he doesn't have down to the same degree. So he's willing to entertain conversations that they're not. So when Homeboy said, women are not being loved properly, we got to listen to them so they can tell us how to love. He said, I don't think a lot of women, they don't know how to be loved.
No, they don't.
I thought that was an interesting statement.
Yeah.
But I think he took it in a different direction than we would. To him, it was just, they've been mistreated. They need to be loved. I don't think they know how. We need counseling so we can love them better. Cool. That's your perspective. I'm, go with that. What I'm saying is, all right, if you want to have a conversation about them not being, knowing how to be loved, I think about it more from the vantage point of how men experience what women tell us to do to love them properly. What do women say they want us to do? And what happens when you do all of those things?
Yeah,
that's one of the questions I want to ask. What do men have to say about how we're taught by women, in terms of what it is we're supposed to do as men? And I have something. I got something. I have to email it to myself to open it up.
Okay.
But I find this interesting because this is a question I think men have been asking for a very long time, and we don't always know how exactly to address it, because again, what men experience is considered uncouth to talk about in mixed company. We're supposed to the things that we experience, we need to shut up about, and especially if it's uncomfortable for women.
Right.
Let me see. All right, so let me just pull this down for a quick second. I'm especially curious to hear your response to this. All right, let's see what these brothers have to say about it.
Don't look for a good dude. Women don't look for that man that works and wants to treat them right. If you want to lose a woman, treat her good. Have a job. Take care of her. Tell her you love her. Tell her you respect her. Tell her I want to be with you. Tell her I want a family with you. Tell her you the only one I want, and you'll lose that motherfucker quick. I'm trying to tell you, if you want to lose her, listen, you can cheat on her, she'll stay with you. Beat her, she'll stay with you. You can lie, all that toxic shit. They love that motherfucker. But if you lose her, just be loyal to her.
Yeah. They do.
Show her some respect. Just say, look, I miss you. I want to marry you. I want to take care of you. That motherfucker will run for the hills. I don't want no good man. Because you sing to her, she still don't want you. They're not taught and raised for someone to treat them right and to take care of them. They're not used to that shit. If ain't that motherfucker mentally abusing them, verbally abusing them, or physically abusing them, they don't want it. So if you want to lose your woman, just treat her good.
Okay, now
that's true. There's a lot of truth to that.
I mean, I wanted to hear BGS's take on that.
There's a lot of truth to that. Yeah, most of our women are toxic. Yeah. They do toxic. If you don't start the drama, they're going to start the drama.
Your mic is messing with you.
I was going to say, if you don't start the drama, they'll start the drama. They're steeped and trained and they'll love toxicity, right? Look at the shows they watch, the movies they watch, stuff that they watch, right? All toxic. Yeah. The Cosby Show is probably the only show maybe that could tolerate. Was fairly calm, and even then, Clara was a little much. She's a lot. Yeah.
For me, I think of what men collectively heard over the last 40 odd years, 45 years about what it is men were supposed to do. Now, remember, I'd say that 1980 or so was that transition point, right? Where men were expected to be emotionally present. They were expected to do more than provide. They were supposed to love on. They were supposed to be sensitive. They were supposed to cry. They were supposed to be vulnerable.
Yeah, that's the therapist speak, right? But the thing is, what women want is excitement.
Well, but it's
variety.
But it's the difference between what they said they wanted and what men and this is the part I want people to hear me on. What they said they wanted versus what men experienced about their response to getting what they asked for.
What they asked for, yeah.
Now those two men are laughing and one of them is laughing and joking. The other one I think was perfectly serious, and I'm not saying what he's saying applies to everything, but I am saying he represents what men experienced. And this is partially what produced the generation of men that are involved in this conversation. It's we're not responding. You see, feminists would say, oh, they just don't respect men. They hate women. I mean, excuse me, they don't respect women. They hate women. No, you got men who are responding to how women did not appreciate when men did what they asked for. You said you wanted sensitive men who brought you flowers, who paid your rent, who paid your bills, who took you on trips. We can go down the list. And yet those men report being treated the worst and often found themselves left for men that didn't do any of that. Any of it.
Yeah, because they didn't give that woman what she wanted. They gave her what she said she wanted, but not what she wanted.
And so we're not talking about her behavior. And this conversation to me is setting back the discussion because it's telling us something we would have heard in 1985. Just serve her. Well, we heard that. That's why I find this conversation a bit disingenuous, because you're not following through on where the conversation is today. This is 1985 speak. Serve her. Well, we did that. Many did that, and they found it didn't work. Right? You had a generation of men that also heard that if you make six figures and you take care of her, you'll be treated with respect. Brothers who started making six figures found out that nothing changed. And y'all know I told you my conversation with Judge Joe Brown a couple years ago.
All
He's
right.
the first one that told me. I told him it doesn't change at 6 figures. He said, son, it don't change at 8 figures.
8 figures. No, it does not.
It don't change.
Ask Barack Obama.
See, so the conversation where it should be is, all right, if you want to have a discussion about how Black men love Black women, where in the discussion do we talk about women's responses to being loved the way they asked for? When do we have a conversation about her behavior and not just the things she said that you want us to perform in this discussion and tap dance around?
Right.
No, we need to talk about what they actually did to men that did what they asked.
Yeah,
for you to understand why men are frustrated and withdrawing, and why you got young men that don't even want to start the dating game.
Right.
You have to have truthful discussions about what men actually experienced from women. And that's what I'm calling disingenuous about this conversation. Clifton is the first, he's more likely to bring that up, but he would be shouted down because it's not consistent with the messaging of the show.
Right.
But this is what would be what would constitute a real genuine conversation.
Right.
So you have no problem talking about how men show up and what mistakes they make. Okay. But men are not in these relationships by themselves.
What he said about his fathers when men fuck Black men, right? What is that?
Yeah. I mean, you took her out for Valentine's. You took her to an expensive steak restaurant. You got her the $200 rose set. You did this. You did that. And she slept with your best friend. Where's that conversation? Men report experiencing these things, but where's the conversation that goes along with those experiences? So your focus is just on what I do for her. Okay, cool. But now explain her behavior. She left me for a dude that is what do we call it? A hobosexual?
Homosexual. I always, if you want to pull this up, I always play this one.
You can post it. You gonna post it?
It's in the tray.
Oh, I didn't even see it. My bad. Here we go.
Are you crazy if you want, but I'm a recovering thug addict, okay? And it is very hard to stop doing something cold turkey that you've become addicted to, right? So I no longer date thugs. I'm dating squares now. So when you're talking to me, do me a favor and put a little bass in your voice. Like, be mean. Not mean for real, but mean just to please me in the moment. You get what I'm saying? Like, I need you to sound really assertive, like you mean it. Like role play a little bit. Now, don't go upside my head, but say things like, let's say you tell me to do something and I don't do it as fast. Be like, what I say? Tell me to tell me to go sit down somewhere. Like, when you say something to me, pretend like, you feel me? Because I be having withdrawals and I be like, he's too nice. And another thing, like, I know that you like to dress nice and wear these dry fit shirts. Can you put on a black hoodie? Can you sag your pants a little bit? I know you like to smell good, but can you spray the smell of a black and mild every now and then? Just did a whiff. At least put on some gray sweats and a white tee. Some Air Maxes. Tell me you gotta bust a few moves or make a few plays. Something. These are just things that I need as a recovering thug addict. And if that is just way too much to ask, I may ask you for a hall pass to go hit a few corners with my homie. Because that is the only way I'm going to scratch that itch. Let me just call one of my homies and take a ride with him, hit a few corners, make a few plays, and then I'll be back and I'm all yours. No? And one last thing, can you turn your music up when you play it? Turn it up, turn the bass up. If not, we're going to get at least 412s, okay? Because I can't do these stock speakers anymore. I know some Migos who got a shop. I can call them up. They'll hook you up with 412s, 215s, whatever you want. Another subwoofer, a new amp, something. But the stock speakers, we got to get those out of there. We got to get them out. So I say all that to say, as a recovering thug addict, if I ask you to do any of the things that you have heard in this video, please do it, brother. Please help me. Help me scratch this itch. Going cold turkey when you have been addicted to anything can be very hard. So please cut me a break. Stop enunciating all your words so perfectly. Just need you to look a little rough, a little rugged, like you've been trapping all day or something, like you've been busting a few moves. Go to the bank, pull out a wad, When you come home, throw that wad on the dresser along with a lighter and possibly some other things that a thug would have in his pocket. You're going to have to get your acting skills on. Put some basil in a baggie. I beg of thee. Tie that thing up. Throw it on the dresser. Let me see it, please. Thank you.
You know what? You ain't shit for that. You are not shit. Sir.
I'm gonna send that one to you for the files.
Wow.
Oh,
that is a headache right there. Wow.
in other words, addicted to the drama. Okay.
Man, you didn't. I mean, you know, I get it's funny, it's, you know, skit, it's whatever, but
it's true. Yeah.
But look, until you've experienced a woman who leaves you in a relationship to because her ex who beat her is getting out of jail.
Yes.
Where he put her, mind you, she put him. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But she wants to break up because he's getting out of jail and she wants to pick him up and return. Now, that happened to me at 16, 17. Yeah. And so until you see that happen, this might sound humorous to you, that skit, or that no, this shit is happening. And that was back in the 1980s, like that had to be like 89, 90, somewhere in there.
Oh, yeah, right in the middle of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. That has been happening for the longest. You want a certain kind of performance. You don't want the square men, at least until, you know, you've experienced enough trauma to where you finally want some stability in your life, but he bores you. He bores you. So you want excitement, but you don't want what comes with that excitement. You want to be shaked around and yelled at, make you feel like you got to do, but
yeah, it's like going to a dominatrix, right?
Yeah, it's like going to a dominatrix. But if he pops you, you know, you can turn around and call the police. I've talked to women who enjoy being beaten, bruised. I've seen pictures that they've shown me of bruises all up and down different parts of their body because they enjoy it. But the moment she gets pissed at him, it's interesting how those pictures of bruises can be used. I'm just saying. All of that sex play sounds great. You want to role play, it all sounds great. Wait till you step outside of her script.
Yeah, she got to sign a waiver. Why you do any of that?
You better have a waiver.
Yeah.
And now we're coming up on 4 hours. So what I'll do, I'll just finish the last few seconds. I don't know if they're still yelling. I think it's over.
Yeah.
I'll finish that just to make sure, and then we'll kind of close it out from there. And if you guys want a part 2, because I haven't watched the rest of this. So I have no idea.
Hey, Doc, didn't I tell you every 3 or 4 minutes you're gonna stop it? Because you're gonna get triggered.
And look at this. We made 53 minutes out of this. But,
yeah, about halfway.
Yeah. Y'all let me know because I don't know if there's anything else that happens in this that y'all want me to directly respond to. I know a lot of the attention on this discussion was around the fight.
Yeah, the fight, and then I think that we're consciously steps in. I think it's an hour and 32 minutes or something like that.
Okay. Let me see. Well, here we go.
We all come from generations and generations, and you can't motherfucker sit here and tell me when I'm going through at 70, I just realized, but listen what I'm saying. No, let's be good, bro. It's not gonna get out of control. This is real shit. Bro, this is real shit. I'm telling you, you can't love a queen. Some of these girls out here in Queens because their daddies wasn't there.
Yeah, blasphemy.
Wait a minute.
Daddy ain't there from 12 to 25. You're going down a rabbit hole. Promiscuity, drugs. Gotta read more. Gotta stop getting so fucking defensive and read more, because I can't read. I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I'm living it. Until you meet a real motherfucking queen who had to figure out her trauma, You can't even learn how to love a black woman.
So here's one thing.
That's what we got to start.
Here's one thing with the because I think I agree that you can't wait until you know
you got to hold yourself accountable. So if you figure it out,
hold on. Because
you got to roll now.
That's why I can't do this. I got you. I'm on.
You can't.
The arguments are important. This is how black men talk.
The energy is.
So I want to make sure. This is what I want to make sure we're framing properly, because a lot of the time we think, because you're talking about your privilege and your power and how you use it. A lot of time we've been taught our power is how we control a situation, and we try to control that situation by dominating it, by shutting other people down, by overpowering them. And I think that is something that, I mean, monogamy, just to be real, is not the end all be all. That's not the best. It's not the only way. It's not the only way to live, and it's not just men or women. It's literally there are other ways to be. And so some people value monogamy more. That doesn't mean that you have sin and you dead and you evil if you haven't been. But the problem is, most of the time, the way that we're living is by telling somebody that we are monogamous when we're not. Hold on. That's lying. Hold on. So that's dishonest.
We can't talk about monogamy. No, we got to talk about
you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Hold on.
Men are not. First of all, this is not our culture. And Africa is polygamy.
No.
It's not monogamous biologically, is it?
It's some.
Yes, man.
Yes, sir. From the sublime to the ridiculous, right?
Why is he shitting all over the script, man?
He can't help it. He talking about to be a real one. He's a real one. Okay, you can tell.
This is deep, brother. So, do you want me to end it there? Or did you want me to go?
You can go to I think the one of the thing with consciously is that hour and 32 minutes. I think that's where
let me see.
And then we can end it.
Listen, this buck wild.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Okay, we trying to keep the facade going, right?
Here we go. Let's see what this is.
But 30 days from now, like, he was right, and that's all that matters sometimes. Right? It's like it doesn't matter. Like he couldn't admit in this moment, you know. But okay, I planted the seed. The seed was planted. How do we keep nurturing that? How do we keep this going outside of this? Right? Like, and how do we? It's so.
I think we got to make patriarchy look not attractive. Yes, I think that right now our community is experiencing a red pill pipeline, a conservative alt-right pipeline that's really, really appealing to a lot of young black boys.
Wait, conservative alt-right.
Yes.
Interesting. So in two sentences, he's identified the red pill, and then he's also cast it as alt-right.
Conservative alt-right. Yeah.
Interesting. That's an interesting alignment. You know, again, the dynamics are impressive.
Especially for black men, and we know that the alt-right in is not like black people.
Yeah.
To put those two together is like oil and water. Go ahead.
But he purposely did that especially for anyone that's not heard of it. You instantly come into it with a disdain for whatever that red pill thing is. It's interesting. He just maligned an entire movement of men, black men in particular, without actually having to quote from or acknowledge what they've been arguing.
And you might as well start if you're gonna put them alt-right, you might as well call them black racists.
There you go. Well, and you kind of did. That's what alt-right really refers to.
It refers to,
yeah. Let's see.
I think that because they catching these, you know what I'm saying, boys, say 12, 13, 14, patriarchy and misogyny and sexism, that shit is really like, it turned them on. Yes. So
first of all, patriot. See, again, I think the tactic people need to use when they listen to this stuff is to question the linkages that some of these brothers are making when they're articulating their points. He just linked patriarchy with misogyny, right? Let me see. I don't want to misquote him, but let's see. Let me go back just a little bit. Let me get the quote right.
By the time they get our age, we seen as some simping, lame ass panderers. So the issue is that we're not 13, 14. Patriarchy and misogyny and sexism, that shit is really
patriarchy, misogyny, and sexism.
Right.
In his mind, those three things are interconnected and interchangeable. There's no difference.
Mhm.
But when you ask men to provide and to protect, and there are plenty of women that are also asking men to take to be authoritative. Now they don't. I personally don't think they entirely mean this. I think they like the performance of leadership unless it violates something she wants to do. And then the expectation is that he cater to her. But I have heard many a woman say, especially on social media, they want men to take control, to make decisions, because especially now in this economy, I'm tired of making decisions. I'm tired of being responsible. I just want to cook and clean. I'm seeing videos of this now. I know you have.
Yeah.
Right. I want a man to take control. You're asking men for patriarchy while you've defined it as something that is tied to misogyny and sexism.
Yes, yeah. The whole time you're asking for a roots of patriarchy, which is protection, provision, leadership, all that kind of stuff, right?
Right. Yeah. And for Christian women, they add on to that. I want a Bible, a man who's tied to God, who's
God-fearing man. A God-fearing man, yeah.
God-fearing man who leads the family as the family's minister. So leadership is also taken on to a spiritual level when you talk about certain groups of women. And I've heard it from some Muslim women. It's just a little more popular amongst Christian women as far as the public discourse. But these women are asking for the very thing that he's defining. I think the left does a lot of this when it comes to the very notion of patriarchy. The idea is that it is inherently tied to all these negative things. So how do you ask for something that you're denigrating at the same time? It leaves men in a double bind. I'm either not going to do it, and that's going to be problematic, or I'm going to do it, and that's going to be problematic. You're going to fail no matter what you do, because the way this is framed, it's a problem that I need you to still perform, but what you're performing is still a problem.
Yeah.
How do you win in that? How do you please her in that? You took on all the decision making, you took on all the bills, but the very thing you're doing is associated with misogyny and sexism. Okay. I'm just curious, how does that, where does that go?
Like it turned them on. Yes. So by the time they get that age, we seen as some simping, lame ass panderers. Yeah. Right. So the issue is that we're not being intentional in this conversation with how to get them young boys to focus on our career. For sure. Them incel niggas, the men that's patriarchs, that's into, you feel me, that's them, they really trying to be intentional about getting the young boys. So I'm thinking about
they agree. That's the racism. It's wild because you think like
how are incels patriarchs?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
Well, it makes sense as long as you define patriarchy as misogyny and sex. If those are interchangeable, what he's saying is these incels are misogynists. It's all the same thing, right? They're patriarchs, they're misogynists. There's no difference.
Yeah.
So a man who leads his family, provides for his family, and protects his family is inherently misogynistic and sexist because of the patriarch.
Yeah, he's training little incel boys to follow him.
Exactly. And the accusation is that brothers who are quote unquote red pill, and I guess red pill has become interlocked with incels. Because of that, these men are actively going after the little boys. That's what he kind of said. What we're focusing on. I kind of think it's actually the opposite. I think young men are looking for authentic voices that aren't overly catering to women. I think young men are looking for conversations and information that goes outside of this pandering, what did he call it? Simp pandering kind of culture. I think men are looking for it.
Yeah.
They're looking for it. Now, who they find, we can debate about that. But
that's how Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and those kind of people are so popular.
Well, and those are the people everybody points to.
Yeah.
But what happens if you get a kid that starts listening to BGS?
Yeah.
At what point is he told to physically beat on women?
I of all the red pill, the red pill videos I've heard, I've never heard any man talk about physically harming women, beating on women.
And yet, that accusation is made synonymous with black men in red pill spaces.
Yep, including incels. Never heard them doing physical damage to women at all.
But you notice how comfortably it rolls off the tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That these things are all linked together. So you have to listen to this, and you have to unlink the things that he's associating, because he's handing it out as if this is how it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And you're supposed to walk away with one conclusion based on what he said. But if you actually disconnect the linkages he's making, the ones that he's trying to get you to assume must be truly linked,
Yeah.
then you have a different conversation.
I've heard far more black women talk about putting hands on men than I've heard the other way around, and on social media.
Yeah.
There's no problem about talking about putting hands on men.
Yeah, but it's acceptable when they talk about it.
It's acceptable when they talk about it. Yeah.
Was that all he said, or did you want me to play a little more of it?
No. Just play a little bit more. I think you got just a little bit.
Let's see.
You're talking about the alt-right pipeline. A lot of the people that have the podcast and they're the loudest voices right now, mostly cis white men, and they're looking past the racism and they're attracted to the patriarchy because it means power and domination.
What does that mean, real quick? Just because I love that everybody's talking about patriarchy and using the words, but what does that mean? Because I think what are the alt-right appealing to that makes people? Because they're not saying, hey, come to the patriarchy. Everybody, it's great over here. You get what I'm saying? You want to be a real man.
Real man is powerful, dominate. I'm gonna make more money than you. I'm gonna be able to control. And it's essentially that.
Man of the house, he makes the decisions. The woman sits there and listens. Ain't only two places in the world for a woman: the kitchen and the bedroom. Type of mindset, that stupid shit.
Have you heard a lot of that? I haven't heard a lot of that.
No, they would actually want that woman to work. They don't want her at home. And guess who has been asking to be stay-at-home wives? It has not been the men telling that to women.
No, not at all.
Soft girl era.
The soft girl era, and then a lot of it kicked up in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2 months after Trump's election, I started hearing more and more. I want to stay at home. I want a man that's going to pay the bills. I started hearing a lot more. Now we've always heard it. There's always been a steady stream of it in social media.
Right after Trump got elected, and also during COVID.
Yeah,
a lot of that.
Yeah, we've heard an uptick in it, but and really that a lot of that is patriarchy.
Yeah, yep, that's patriarchy. And guess what the men have saying in the red pill? No, we're going 50-50.
50-50.
50-50.
But at what point in that 50-50 discourse did you hear anybody say she belongs in the kitchen or the bed? That's it.
Nobody. She can't be in the kitchen and bedroom. But what they have says you can't come here without any kind of skills. Okay. You're gonna have to come with some wifely skills.
Well, the reality is, and this started especially in the 1970s in the value of the dollar. The two-income family dynamic became a requirement for survival at a certain point, especially for the average family and the average black family, most particularly. In fact, for us, the 70s,
it's always been that way for
always been that way. Yeah, the 70s wasn't a major shift for us in that regard because women were already working.
They were. In fact, it was a requirement for black men to work. Up until the 1960s. Yeah.
So this whole dynamic about patriarchy, it has never functioned in the black community the way these people have accused it of. You know what they do? They flatten white men's experiences into black men's experiences.
Yeah, exactly.
And women and feminists in particular like to do a lot of this. They take talking points out of the white community and they'll apply them to black men when convenient in a discussion or debate.
That's the Pauli Murray's theory of the two crows, Jane Crow and Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, black women have the same plights as white women because of sexism, because of Jane Crow. So in other words, as far as sexism, they have the same plights that white women have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's that theory. I still have to do that paper about Jim Crow and Jane Crow.
It just doesn't work in terms of that, but it works if you don't know any better and you don't know where to start asking questions. If you take what you're given by this conversation at face value, you'll believe that so these guys they fundamentally believe a woman belongs in the kitchen or the bedroom, that hands should be put on women when needed. Red pill dudes are saying a lot of it is the exact opposite. There needs to be multiple contributions to the household financially, and On top of that, if you act out of pocket to the point where I have to put hands on you, I will leave.
I will leave. Yeah.
I'm not trying to go to jail behind your behavior. It's not. So this idea that that's what the conversation is, or that these are all incels. Most of the brothers I found in this space actually have girlfriends, long-term relationships,
wives, ex-wives, kids, all kinds of stuff. But the vast majority. In fact, the red pill. Most of the red pill start out with two things: men's rights and pickup. Okay,
right?
They were not incels. They had girlfriends or multiple girlfriends. They had wives and kids. And sometimes ex-wives and kids. Yeah.
A lot of brothers even in the black manosphere, they're not married. They have long-term relationships. Most of them.
Yep.
So this incel thing I find interesting, but these are all connections that they're making.
Most incels are what? White. They're not black. Okay. Like 99%. There's not that many black incels.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, especially when you consider how in demand black men are.
Yes.
Excuse me. How in demand black men are. It doesn't take much. I know, look, we talk about being in shape and looking good and becoming our best selves, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But I can tell you at the same time, there are plenty of brothers that haven't come near their best selves that still get plenty of attention.
It's just where is their floor? If they're willing to accept a 3, they can get a woman.
Look, man, how many homosexuals have we talked about over the years that had no problem getting women? Homeless, going from couch to couch, and have no problem getting women.
Couch to couch and have 11 kids by 5 women. Yeah.
So I'm all for self-improvement. I'm all for it. But I'm also saying at the same time, this idea about incels, particularly black incels, and they're misogynists that can't get relationships. I'm like, that's not what's happening.
And you look at those guys. These guys are not buffed, and they don't have muscles popping, muscle veins popping out their necks and arms, stuff like that. Little skinny dudes, man. You look at them, said, you're taking care of him,
right?
Okay.
I was watching that movie Marshall with what's the brother's name who played Black Panther? Man, somebody give me the brother's name. Chadwick Boseman. He played Thurgood Marshall.
Okay.
Young Thurgood Marshall. And in the film, there's a particular point where he's trying to defend a black male who's been accused of rape.
Okay.
Right? And one of the things that a woman gives him a tip on how to win the case. And she says to him, men are going to be men and women are going to be women. And it helped him kind of have a breakthrough on the case. And basically what that was about was he was trying to understand what was going on with this white woman and her black driver.
Oh, okay.
And something went down sexually.
Okay.
And basically it was
she's trying to save her reputation.
Yeah, she was claiming it was a violation, but it was consensual. She just changed up at the end of it. But what they had to go through the process of understanding was that when you put men and women in the same room,
things
can jump off.
Things can happen over time, especially over time. Yeah.
Yes, things can happen. Things are going to jump off. Not every man or woman in any room, but for the most part, you put 10 men, 10 women in a room long enough, some shit is going to jump off.
Put gasoline and a match together. At some point, that match is going to strike. Okay?
There you go. So even though in these spaces there's a focus on self-improvement and being your best self and so on and so forth, at the on just a ground level, black men and women, it's going down. Overweight, no money, no home, no car, a $200,000 car, $600,000 house. Men and women are still getting down at every point in the spectrum. Are you getting the person you want to be with, and you can push for that and improve that? But at the end of the day, it is still going down because men will be men, women will be women,
and women will find a way to get their needs met.
Yes.
If it's not a 9-to-5 guy, it'll be a 12-to-5 guy.
Yes. Oh yes, it's still gonna go down. Man, I've seen couples that divorce themselves. I mean, divorce from one another, hating each other. But guess who she calls every other Friday because she needs to get broken off?
It gets broken off, yeah.
The same husband she couldn't wait to divorce, comes over every couple of weeks to handle that.
She still needs her fix. Okay, that's the one thing he could actually do right.
I've seen those very women make a man they're dating wait 6 months while she is still being handled by her ex.
Yeah.
And don't let the new guy not be able to perform as well as the ex. Because she may keep the new guy and still have the ex come handle her business.
Yeah.
So this idea that, you know, you got all these incels that have no access. First of all, that's not realistic.
No.
Second of all, you'd probably be surprised how many female incels there are.
Well, nowadays, they're starting to come out and admit it. Like there's women that's coming out now, and it's popular that you have women say, "I've never been in a relationship or had a date or had sex," and these women are like almost 30.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No hookup, no relationship, no dates, no nothing.
And a lot of them, you know, really ask for more than that anyway. I've run across very few women that just said, "Hey, look, I just need someone to come run through me." I've rarely seen that. Most of the time, they're asking for, you know, boyfriend on the road to husband. He needs to make this, he needs to make that. And she may not have a fraction of what she's asking for.
Yeah, which is old school. Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is, and this is something I heard I forget her name, the Better Love movement, what she said was men want sexual access, okay? What they're selling is sexual access, not sex. So that's what so when they say, what do you get? You get me. In other words, you get sexual access to me.
Yeah. I mean, women have been bragging about what I call the Frankensteining of men, right? So she got one guy that comes over to fix things, one guy pays for meals and dinners, another guy breaks her down sexually. You know, they have a team.
Yeah, you know? it's called a male harem.
It's well, yeah, right.
That's what you call it. Yeah.
To me, she is Frankenstein 5 men together to be her quote unquote man. But the thing is, you have conversations like this where the discussion is about men being non-monogamous, but we're not going to talk about a male harem.
About a male harem. In fact, you know, I'm sure you've been listening to the green what they call the green pill videos, right? Where the guy's been friend zone breaks up and she loses it.
Wait, say it again.
The guy that has been friend zoned by the woman for years, he finds a girl and he leaves and she loses it.
Yeah,
it's going around. So a lot of guys are waking up. I'm not going to be friend zoned.
You and I, when we've done shows together, especially since COVID.
Yes.
Especially when I used to run up the show with a lot of other topics before I got to the main topic. One of the things I saw a lot of was women who would assault men who were leaving them.
Yes.
I remember stories where men walked in catching the woman having sex.
Yes.
And when he didn't attack them, he didn't yell at them, he didn't threaten them. You're talking about men who started packing a bag and she shot him. This has happened multiple times.
Yep.
Or ran him over with a car. You know, so the aggression level is ridiculous. But again, we don't know how to talk about female initiated abuse, IPH, you know, homicide. We don't talk about IPV or IPH. It's just it's always one dimensional in regard to men and women. And I think that's what this roundtable conversation wanted to kind of instill, was that we only should talk about these dynamics one way.
You know, when marriage went down, those numbers went down too.
When what?
When marriage went down, those numbers went down too.
You talking about abuse?
Abuse and IPH and IPV went down.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, so, you know, but I think I'm curious to know, because I personally wonder if this is all leading up to the next presidential election. I don't know if this is the left's shift.
I think they're trying. I think they're trying to shift it, and because they want the midterms back. That's number one, and the second thing is just like I saw what's his name, FD Signifier on a panel with two white people, right? Okay. They need these men to come back and make families again. Otherwise, this thing's going to implode.
But what doesn't make sense is you want these men to come back, but your way of trying to get them to come back is to denigrate them.
Is to denigrate them. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
You know, what's that old saying? You get more response from honey than vinegar.
You get more flies with honey than vinegar. Yeah.
If you want to get men back to the table, you have to address policy. And as long as marriage and family dynamics are shaped by policies that denigrate men, it's not going to work. So you can blame them all you want. It's not going to work.
That's why they're slow dragging giving up the goodies, because women don't want to give up the goodies. They don't.
Yeah, they don't. And the state makes a lot of money off it anyway. I mean, especially when we talk about child support, Title 4D, it's a reverse of the income framework for the state.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you think about prison rates and support for these kids and educational issues and loss of jobs, and kids, stuff like that.
Your mic is going out.
I say they actually pay out more money than they actually make.
Yeah,
all the problems caused by breakup of families, they actually pay out more money.
Yeah, but I told you years ago, man. When you got people like my stepfather who's paying back child support in his 80s with cancer, for a woman who died 20 years ago, and a child who's 50, and he's still paying back child support
to the state, to the state,
to the state. It doesn't make any sense, but this is where we are. So it's not surprising to me that men have opted out. And
opted out. They like I'm sure that his son has seen what his father's gone through. He says, I don't want to go through that.
I don't want to go through it. It is what it is. But we are still opting for policies that hopefully will benefit men and black men in particular. And we're pushing for that. We want people to advocate for that. Because at the end of the day, man, this is
that's why Doc is giving you the language you have to advocate.
That's what we're trying to do. This is it. Black male political agenda. This is what we're talking about. We've been talking about it since 2020. We're still talking about it. All 19 points here. You can click down on any of them for more information and actually look what they're talking about.
This is so well done that even women cannot argue against this. They don't like it, but they can argue against it.
So we've been calling for some of these things for a while now. We are still calling for them. So, we just hope that brothers will continue to support it and share it and expand on it. But I am starting to see policies, some of which are what we've asked for and some of which share the spirit of it, even though we haven't brought it up. And I think it's in response to the fact that men have to be courted with honey and not vinegar.
And it has to be courted. They got to be brought. You got to give them goodies. What did Craig Hewlett told me this a long time ago, 30 years ago, right? What stops a revolution? Okay, redress of grievances. Even with civil rights, okay, the Kerner Commission was redress of grievances. That's what stopped civil rights. It wasn't FBI, it wasn't CIA. It was a Kerner Commission giving black people some kind of redress. That's what stopped it.
Well, what did they do in China recently as far as divorce?
Basically they changed the laws.
Yeah.
The alimony and property division, they killed all that.
Yep. Get what you had when you came in.
If you're gonna leave, get what you had when you came in. The old patriarchal law.
Yeah. Which seems different, but isn't wholly separate from what we saw in Kentucky with the 50-50 divorce framework.
Right.
It's trying to produce similar ends. It's that we're shifting marriage out of this one-way lottery that women win at 90% 90% clip, where you get what you want just because you press the button and you get cash and goodies right now.
The state-run gynocracy has overreached.
And the money's gone.
And the money's gone. Yeah. On top of that.
Yeah. So what are we gonna do to get these men to come back?
Yeah. Because if you want kids, you don't have the money to take care of. You're gonna need these men to come back.
Yeah. Or if you want, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. And start overproducing like they used to for their families.
Man.
If not, they're gonna get them Tesla house, the e-bike, and for $20,000, and gonna chill and work 30 hours a week.
Right.
It'd be good.
Well, I look, man, I don't know if there's any more of this that we need to cover, but
I think we got to, I think like Popeye says, that's all I can stand, and I can't stand no more.
It's times like this, man. I wish I drank. I wish I drank watching this kind of shit.
I think you could stop this every 30 seconds and have something to say about it.
I wish this thing was for 30 minutes long. I really do. As soon as I saw an hour and 45, I said, "This is not."
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
not good.
The only real stuff is when the old guy broke out. He couldn't take it no more. I mean, he couldn't take the bullshit no more. He had to he said, "I can't take this no more."
He said, "When did you start being monogamous?"
Today. Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah. You got to clip that one, Doc. Put that up.
This was hilarious.
You got to clip that as a short. Okay.
Today.
It takes an old man of 70 to be honest like that.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Hey. But I've said for the longest, man, just don't get it twisted. For every 70-year-old man who's out of pocket, trust me when I tell you, that does not mean his woman is in pocket.
No, it does not. He says she's not. So
I mean, but you and I used to joke about remember the black family that the father would die and you see another family look just like yours show up to the funeral.
Yep.
And that's the prevailing perspective on black men. But what we never talk about is how not all them kids look the same on either side of those.
Either side. And how inside a family, everybody don't have the same last name.
Oh, come on. And those are the ones we know about.
They're the ones we know about.
Talking about the ones we don't know about. So I'm just saying he had two families, but she had a few kids that wasn't his. So I'm just like,
yeah.
If you're gonna have this discussion in any functional way, you cannot sweep one gender's deficiencies under the rug and hyper criminalize the other gender. It doesn't work.
All we did was clean up the slave cabin. We never got rid of it.
We just moved the furniture around.
Moved the furniture around and swept it up and put the curtains up. Okay, all right.
It doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
You and this is one of the problems with black feminism. You can't. There's no criticism that's allowed for, and it can only happen toward men. And to me, the kind of position I take, I'm like, I don't have a problem with men being criticized. My question is, are you providing data so that we are criticizing men accurately? And the other half of what I'm saying is, okay, so you want to critique men with no data, but there can be no critiques for women at all, data-based or otherwise.
Yeah.
That doesn't work for me. So this whole notion that some of us, all we want over here is just to hate on women. I'm like, that's never been what the argument was about. The argument was at least twofold. We need database arguments so that we're not using stereotypes instead of accuracy when critiquing men. And we need to have a genuine conversation about how women arrive and present themselves. And we argue for that to be data-based as well. I mean, I provided scenarios in this conversation for how women participate in relationships, scenarios that illustrate abuse, that illustrate, bad faith engagement. But at the end of the day, I'm not talking about anything that I haven't verified with shows where I'm presenting events that took place or things I've actually experienced or data that I've actually shown already. I have over 700 shows, which is not a lot compared to the guy who has a university here that I'm talking about. But I have 700 shows where I've talked about this stuff. This is not just about, dismissing women's complaints and critiques about men. It's about actually making an argument that if you're going to talk about human beings, then let's be accurate.
Yeah.
And let's do it from both vantage points, not just the one that suits your politics. So, but I appreciate you coming through, man, and helping me with this one, because this was...
I knew you were actually gonna bust a couple of pipes, Doc, because you hear this stuff all the time, and it grates on you. It's like nails on a chalkboard to you.
Well, if you left me to do this by myself, this show would have either been 10 minutes long or 5 hours long. One of the two. Either I'm checking out at the beginning or I can't stop, and we got to go all the way through. No middle ground. I needed BGS to come in and be like, so I appreciate it, man. But I appreciate those who came through. And again, I appreciate the support you brothers have been extending for a while now. Like I said, man, you have no idea how it touches people. So, you know, when you're online and you're supporting the people you dig, content creators you dig, you know, let them know and stand with them. And I stand with y'all. I hope everybody's good. I had some brothers reach out because they were like, you said we should reach out and ask other brothers how they're doing when they don't hear from them. And I was like, God damn, you listen to that?
They heard you.
I'm like, hey, thanks, man.
They heard you. They missed you, you know, and we keep them up to date because they still ask about Gigi.
Man, I still ask about Gigi, man. I hope the brother's doing well. You know, last I talked to him, I think he was, but you know, and I miss the brother's voice in here. But I'm always glad when I see Ron pop up somewhere and start some shit.
Oh yeah, he was on my he was on my channel last night, so yesterday.
Nice.
And he held court for about almost 2 hours.
Oh, nice. Nice. Well, hey man. So like I said, I appreciate it. Appreciate y'all.
All right, Doc.
Any closing thoughts before you break out?
Oh man. The gynocracy is real.
Yeah. I hear you. Well, thanks a lot, brother.
All right, Doc.
All right, man.
All right, peace out.
All right, y'all. So that's it for tonight. I will be posting some information about my Patreon. I got to make up a film review that I canceled. I do them on the 1st and 15th. I don't have them in front of me as far as the film, but I'll be posting it soon. So hopefully you guys will come through and hang with us on that. Other than that, I appreciate you. Let me know if there's something else you want me to cover. I'll let y'all soon. Peace. I am here to tell you, brothers, we are not criminals by birth, perennial rapists, incapable intellects, man-children, sperm donors, child support wellsprings, success objects, walking phalluses, ATM machines, lottery tickets, unintelligent henchmen, valueless assassins, pro bono mercenaries, unpaid bodyguards, interchangeable stepfathers, child discipline proxies, unpaid repairmen, workhorses, emotional tampons, or any other socially accepted dehumanizing stereotype. We are thinkers, inventors, innovators, leaders, fathers, and men. Embrace your humanity, know your worth, and extend your time, attention, and resources only to those who genuinely respect you. And remember, your worth is not defined by meeting other people's narcissistic and selfish and unrealistic needs. You define your worth. Peace.